put a I did put a thumbnail. See that. Good morning, TL. How are you? Turn this one back on over here. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hey, what's going on, Visionary? Jill Natolo, Andrea, Outhouse, baby, Delon Gina. I'm pronouncing that wrong, I know it. Tazo, Just Ain't Right, Cashburn, Legal Draft, What Up, Hero Call, Boat Rush. Check 1 2, mic check. I mean, do we even bother with this intro right now, or do we just get right into it? I think we might just need to get right into it. Blood, baby. Blood, blood, blood. Get right into it. We're not even going to wait. Let's get right into it. Oh, shit. The camera's not working again, dude. Seriously? Ugh. I had my camera on Monday, or off, and then I turned it on, then I turned it off. See if I can make this thing any better. Dude, what? This isn't supposed to be that hard. Deactivate, activate. Yeah, whatever. We'll roll with it for right now. Okay, so this is the this is what I put out last night for a brief. And we're not doing that, are we? We are definitely not doing the brief expectations. There'd be an expectation that we would have gone up right here this morning, right? Had some news come in, catch a nice bounce for the day. Well, but the eventual roll would come, right? We'd do this like slow roll down to the daily trigger. And that did not happen, right? They're selling us before we even got there. Panic at the end of the day yesterday, right? We hit 5,200. We know that that's a call wall above, and we're saying now, well, if we're going to reject, let's go down and look for where real support is. And we're taking it downtown, baby. I'm so stoked right now. Now, there's something else here too, right? There's something else here too, right? I remember people were on Discord whining. When I saw whining on Discord a couple days ago, all kinds of whining. And what did I see in that whining? I saw, oh, God, Captain said this was going to come back. And, oh, God, it's not coming back. And, oh, hold my titties. And sure enough, where are we coming back to? Oh, yeah, baby. We're coming back to find that daily trigger. And to make sure that we're who we say we are, right? That the bulls are actually in charge. Now we do have a bunch of gaps down below that need to be filled. I guess bulls aren't out of the woods yet, are they? So there's a few things going on here mechanically, right? We want to see that back test or close to it, and we want to see regaining at least the hourly trigger at some point, right? Come back up here and show that we're boss and we own this stuff, right? We want to be able to make sure that we own this market. That bulls are in the clear. And there's two mechanics here, right? We don't necessarily need to hit the daily trigger. We can also blast through the daily trigger and come right back up. Close all those gaps down below. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, blood. But then regain that daily trigger and continue forward. And then you would be looking for that new high. Now, we did get one high here and another new high over here. So bulls have that going for them. Just want to see that bounce on that hourly trigger and that continuation forward in the marketplace here. So we're going to put this back on 1 minute here. Let's take a look at it. Let's get right to the main screen here. So bulls getting thrashed this morning. Am I actually here? There we go. I still have issues on my, like, so all the crap that I got done the past 2 days, I still have not worked on the production for this show. I could spend a day right now. I could actually take the day off, turn the stream off, probably spend 8 hours just working on the studio production stuff. I don't know. And I don't want to do it on Saturday, Sunday either. Like, already working too hard as it is. So I should do like just like turn the stream off for a day, and or maybe put the stream on like another computer with just one chart up or something like that, and then come in the office and just work on the back end, because I got computer crap. I got microphones that still aren't working, like brand new microphones that have been sitting here for like 3 months. I've got a smoke machine, have not hooked that up. Laser machine that hasn't been hooked up. I've tried to hook this stuff up, but whenever I do, it's like, oh no, you got to rebuild everything. And I'm like, what do you mean I got to rebuild everything? Like, everything needs rebuilt. I'm like, okay, how many hours is that shit? It's probably eight hours. I kid you not. Like, Streamlabs is very finicky. It's like you change anything in Streamlabs, and it just like the Windows hates it, Streamlabs hates it. Then you got to run Streamlabs like 3 times for stuff to stick. I don't know why that is either, but you'll make changes, like big changes, and then Streamlabs is like, no, remember the old changes. It's kind of clunky. But good morning, everybody. So, yeah, good morning to you, Leroy Jenkins. Do I think we get the gap fill? I hope that we do. Let's look briefly at, I was showing you guys this last night in the, in last night's brief. I did talk about, inside the brief last night, I did talk about 2 things. One, there's no put gamma. There's none. And gamma tightened up yesterday. So your gamma flip is, or this was as of yesterday. We're going to update this right now, but as of yesterday, the gamma flip was way up here, right? And local support was like, this is pretty tight, by the way. If you don't know that, this is a pretty tight regime. Well, hold on here. Hold on a second here. We gotta mute all the, or pause that. So, basically this is local support. Your gamma flip is just below it, and you got no space, right? There's just no space here. Here's your call wall, and we bounced off it yesterday. And there's a lot of call development above 5,400, 53, 50, 5,300, blah, 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 55, 5250. So you really need to get above this stuff, right? You need more development to the upside of call. You need more call gamma development to the upside. But until then, you see how tight this range is right here. And there's no puts down here. There's none. So would it be shocking to at some point just go oopsie, swoop down, catch all that stuff, develop some put wall down below, and through some unrealized vol, and then we come back up here and start going higher, right? That's the thesis. The other thesis on this too that I discussed last night with you was that there's this whole idea of slow grinding, slamming into that wall, right? Slamming into that wall, and then all of a sudden at some quick moment you've got a quick down move, and we're right back up there and fighting for all-time highs again. That's closing that gap down there, right? Well, I guess it would be right there. You get rid of all that crap, but just have a quick swoop down, and we're back in business again to the upside. And that becomes the question about, is it going to, I'm shocked if it had happened right now, but let's look at it. So here's actual price right here, right? That gap's okay right now. And we left behind a gap right here, but we got all this gap down here, don't we? Look at it. We got this gap that's unfilled right here. Got a big old gap down here unfilled. Got another gap down here left unfilled. Well, that's 506. Well, that's a whole big gap we left back down there, isn't it? So can that happen? Stay tuned and find out. I think it can. I think that this gap can get filled right now. I don't think it'd be hard to close this one and then maybe come back in a week or two and whoop, see daisy. Now we're still going up, but you do want to see these gaps get filled. They don't have to be filled, but my thesis here is that there is my thesis here is that they're gonna trick you that we're not going up, right? Manipulation in the marketplace, right? They tell you, oh God, the doom's coming, everything's gonna be awful. The move's actually to the upside, but in the meantime, they grab these lows. So if you're a bull, you're looking for these things. If you're a bull, you actually want to see this get filled, and you want to see this get filled if you can. These are where you are a buyer, here and down here. This is where you're a buyer. So between now and at some point this month, if you can see this get filled, this is where you're actually getting long. You're not getting long right here. You're not fucking getting long right here. You're trying to get long way down here, okay? That's where a bull's trying to get long. None of this bullshit with chasing. You're a buyer way down here, and you're exiting as other people are getting long, right? Maybe put some weekly puts on so that you can come back down here and become a buyer once again. Make sense? That's what a bull does, right? Buys dips down the lows. Now you know that I bought puts where? Where did I buy puts? I bought puts exactly at the close, I think right here somewhere. I think I bought puts right there. Right here, I think I bought puts. So we'll see if we can get some more downside action. I really want to see that get closed before the end of the week here. And I think that's going to happen. I think between now and Friday, we close this shit up. Maybe Thursday or something like that. All right. Let's see if the bulls can regain their panties here or not. Yeah, I want it one more day. Or at least today or tomorrow or something like that, Stonks Anonymous. I think this week was a trap for bulls. So you look at a weekly basis, right? I think the idea was you come into Monday, they ramp it up. They did one more fucking ramp yesterday for half the day on Tuesday, right? But now we've got the half a day yesterday. We got today, tomorrow, and Friday. Catch us a nice low. I would like that. And then we're off and running again. And then we go down and close the other gap, and then we're good to go to the upside. Let's see what happens here. You are looking right now for this hourly trigger and this half-hour trigger cross for more downside to come. If I had to put something on this for more downside, what I'm looking for personally, and this is unrealized volatility, right? This is we're not expecting this. Would be something right in there at least, maybe more like that minimum. Though I'd really like that extension to the downside if I could get it right down there. Love to get that extension down there. So we'll see if we can do that. We'll see if we can catch that extension down there. They might try to run it to like right there. Something like that. Let's see what happens today with that. Oh, shit, I'm in the wrong one. God damn it. I'm watching the wrong one here. Same fucking thing, though. Sorry about that. Same chart, though, isn't it? Still the same chart. All right, hold on a second here. Run that one up. Hold on. Still the same chart. Right there. Tag that bad boy right down there. Right down there. Hells yeah. And I'm still on my puts. I'm not selling them. I'm not going to sell them till we're down there, close that fucking gap down. At least the first gap. Second gap, I don't know when we close that one. I don't know if that's I would think that's on CPI. If we're going to close that second gap, that doom gap, that's on the 15th and 16th, or 14th and 15th. 14th and 15th of the month. And PPI is before CPI. So if you're looking for that volatility on the 14th, it's likely the day after. Oh, yeah, I want to see all this closed. I want to see all this shit closed. I want to see all that closed. Right down there. Right above. It's right there, I think, is where it is. Right there. Right there. It's the same fucking chart. IWM had the same. Last night, IWM, QQQs, and SPY, all three charts had the roll coming, but not this quick. I didn't think, well, unrealized volatility said it wasn't going to be this fast. So I'm like, I don't know. I think 510-ish. Hold on, let me tell you, give you an exact place. Friday at 3 p.m. So, yeah, right here. Hold on here. Yeah, right here. I got it right. So right here, I'd like to see that. I'd like to see this close. So here, let me show you guys. So here's Friday at 3 p.m. right here. Hold on, that's no, that's not 3 p.m. Yeah, right here. Right where that green box is, right there. So that's Friday, 3 o'clock. And I'd like to see that gap close before the end of this week. I'd like to see it tomorrow. I'd like to see this all come down by tomorrow. So what's that, 512? 512 and change, something like that. And the sooner the better. The sooner the better on that. I don't want it to last into Friday. Yeah, it's still the same chart. It's still the same fucking chart. You see it right there? Until price can hold above the call wall, expect more downside. Now, I figured it would take longer. I figured you'd catch this bounce up this morning and we'd just do the slow roll. But they're saying, fuck you. We're doing it right now. So we'll see what's up. We'll see if we can get it. Please make it happen. Please. Please, please make it happen today. Wrap it up by Thursday. Let the bulls buy a dip on Thursday. So we're going to leave that up. Let's see what happens. See if these bears can win here. Right there somewhere. Hold on 1 second here. Clean this up. This is your test right now. So this is what your test is right now. It's happening right now. If we were to hold the hourly trigger right now and make a new high, whoop, that's your test. That's all you got. That's all you're gonna get. All you have to test is actually the hourly trigger. You don't actually have to go back and slam into that daily trigger. If you hold that hourly trigger and we make a new high, that shit's over. That correction is way done. But I do think we go down there and slam into that daily trigger. All those gaps are going to get closed down there. Not all. I don't know if all of them are going to get closed, but they usually do. Usually, you end up getting that gap closure. It's such a big one, and it'll come when you least expect it, and it should come in the next week or two. We should see it quickly. It should be like boom. I think it's going to be CPI. I think we run down into that gap closure, and then we're going to come back up, hopefully, and recover. We got to talk about that stuff too. There's a conversation being created right now, and it boggles my mind. It just boggles my mind. That's the conversation that they're going to cut rates. Drunken Miller. I'm like, I was watching Drunken Miller yesterday, and I'm like, man, the fuck is with this guy? Like, here, let's show you some stuff. So, give me a second here. Let me see if I can do it on my screen. I want you guys to be able to, when I'm talking about stuff, I think that some of you don't know the context of some of my discussions. Some of you do, some of you don't. Hold on here. Some of you understand the context of, what is this right here? Is this the, I think this is the, okay, I think I got that right. Hang tight. Give me one quick second here, boys and girls. So, this is SPX here. Whenever you hear these guys, right, these guys are out there and they'll be talking a game. We talking a game on, social media. Not social media. Excuse me on that. But on social media or not social media, on the news, like Drunken Miller, okay? As a prime example. I want to direct your attention to this blue line right here. See this blue line? This is the effective Fed funds rate. It's when they're raising rates, right? And they flatten out. And the banks are always trying to time rate cuts. They're always trying to time rate cuts. Now, they'll tell you on public, they'll tell you some shit like, if we're going to cut rates, right, market's going to go up, right? Yeah, they're going to go up. They're saying that because markets will go up as they try to time the rate cut only to grab liquidity to blast the market to the depths of hell. Okay? Understand that. So you've got flat rates, right? So rates are flat. And you'll have large players that are trying to time the rate cut. Now, leading up into that timing, they'll run the market up for liquidity and then begin to dump it just before the rate cut. So they're ahead of the curve. They're short here, right? And then they're telling you that don't worry, it's going to rip again. But the reality is that it's going to blast the depths of hell, and you're going to be the bag holder. You are the bag holder. Okay? So there's two trades in here, right? There's a trade where they ramp it. There's a trade where they dump it. So right now, now over here, let me bring this down for a minute. You got the ramp, right? You got the ramp. And they go, you know what? We're going to cut rates in May. Or June. So they get short here. They keep telling you, don't worry, if we get rate cuts, it's going to moon. The reality is that they were going to sell this shit down to the dumpster, right down to the depths of hell on you. Recheck all that shit, and you're the liquidity, aren't you, for that? You're the bag holder. And then you go on FinTwit and you go, I thought we were going up. Everybody said we were going up if they cut rates, right? So now you get Drunken Miller out there, and he sees that we're not cutting rates, and he's pissed. Get it? He's mad. So they got to reset now. And you've got a new story coming out, right? We're going to cut rates, bro, in June so they can jump back up here for that June cut, right? Now, if they don't get that June cut, that means that the window for cutting rates is gone until November, December. That means the market's going to go like this. Now we'll get that election vol and stuff like that, but it'll come right back, and we'll trade it right back up there again. 6,000, by the way. 6,000. And we can see instances of this in prior history, is my point. We can see the setting up. Now, here's the other funky part. Another note that Drunken Miller made yesterday was what? He said, become adversarial again. He said, if you just became adversarial, it'd make things better again. Why, right? Why? Because when they don't anticipate a rate cut, we then actually do get a squeeze normally. You actually get a price squeeze on SPY. Everything will rip, and then they do the big dump to the downside. So when they don't know we get a rate cut that's unknown to the market will sometimes rip briefly, but then eventually rolls down. This is when you have an unexpected rate cut. They squeeze it up, then they roll it down to the depths of hell. Right? Up, down to the depths of hell. All right? So when the people are telling you that people are out there telling you that everything is okay, reality is when they start cutting, especially when they don't know, right? Look at the market just keeps climbing higher and higher as they raise rates. Every time they cut rates, unknown, right? Cutting rates getting ramped, cut them, boom, down to the downside, to the downside, to the downside. So be conscious of, hold on, sorry about that. Apologize for all that right now. Sorry about all those changes. So the idea here is that when you hear these guys talking on public, you're trying to listen into what they actually mean. And, this big money was, whether you know this or not, this big money ramped this market up for our May, June rate cut. And they're pissed off right now. They're angry. You heard Drunken Miller specifically yesterday talk about how Jerome's a man of the people now. He's like a Hollywood. Matter of fact, I was talking to Scott the other day, Volwiz the other day on the phone. On Monday at night, I was talking to Scott, and Scott's like, he's the president, isn't he? This was before Drunken Miller did his speech yesterday. Volwiz says to me, he goes, Jerome Powell's basically the president, isn't he? And I was like, in a way he is. In a way he is. The way he talks to Main Street and retail traders today is kind of fascinating, right? He was adversarial, not this last rate decision, but the one before he was adversarial. But I think that had to do with being called a stooge for the election and stuff. But Drunken Miller wants nothing to do with it, does he? Drunken Miller is an old hat. I respect him a ton, and I like Drunken Miller. But Drunken Miller, love it. It's such a great fucking name, right? Best names out there are the names that you can, like, if you like make a pun off of it, it's a good pun, right? And so the idea here is this, though, is that Scott, 2 days ago, Volwiz goes, hey, he's definitely fucking the president. I was like, dude, this guy's fucking doing everything right now. Like, you've never seen a Fed president like this ever, right? He's deciding basically policy for our entire country to some extent. They're doing MMT on the Treasury market to fuck with the spending from the government. Drunken Miller's pissed off at the government and all their spending, and then Drunken Miller's an old hat. He wants the market to be like it was before. He wants the old market back, the market that he operated under for decades and decades and decades. And Vol Wiz was saying there's a new regime in the market, and old hats are having a hard time with that new regime. They really are. The way the market operates today is not the same market that Drunken Miller grew up with. Yeah, the old market is different. The old market, as a matter of fact, we're gonna have Jedi on at some point, and we're gonna ask him specifically about the 1987 changeover with options. We're gonna talk about the changes over the decades in the marketplace and how regimes change and how you have to maybe I was gonna ask Volatility was if he would be there for that conversation, because he as well knows that as the market changes over time, you have to adjust to those changes. Right now, price getting back above again to the half hour and hour trigger. We'll find out if these bulls can hold on or not. We're going to start doing some work right now on the SPX gamma in the market right now. It's going to be a few moments to do that. But it was a fact. What did you guys think about that conversation from him? Did any of you guys read up on what Drunken Miller had to say yesterday? Did you have any thoughts on it? Yeah, the briefcase. Yeah, the Greenspan briefcase indicator. Anybody out there? Anybody out there at all listen to Drunkenheimer yesterday? Drunken Master. Anybody listen to Drunken Master last night? Yesterday afternoon? Too many mariachi gigs? Let me see if I can pull up an article I read yesterday about it. I should have posted one. What a good name, dude. Such a good name. Yeah, this is a pretty good one here. I don't know if this is a pro trader, so I'll change it up for you into a web archive and post it to you. I said pro trader. I mean pro member on CNBC. I'm going to do an archive version for you so you can actually read it. That's not his actual name, by the way. I just think it's an easy name to make cool. He's got one of those names that you can like spin into really funny ass names that are really still cool. Not Turd Ferguson. There's another one. There's another guy out there. There's another guy out there. Who's the other guy I always make fun of? I always make fun of him because he always comes out at the bottom of the. Every time we're at the bottom of the Ford PE ratio for S&P 500. Not Niles. He's another one. There's another guy. Dan Niles, I go after him because he always buys the dip on oversold bounces. He comes out on CNBC and he's like, we still think the market's going to crash, but I bought the dip. And I'm like, oh, there you go. That's the bottom. There's another guy that I make fun of because whenever we're at the bottom of the forward PE ratio, he goes on CNBC and he tells everybody that we should stop buying. But he's been buying since 1978 down there. So he's lying too. He's another liar. Yeah, we're going to talk about Druckenmiller. I'm trying to get an archive version of this article for you right now. He's kind of reliable. Is he reliable? He is. He gets angry and tells you things. What's camera? The fuck is going on in here? He's reliable. What he does is he tells a lot of truth in his anger. Maybe I should say that he tells a lot of truth inside of his anger. Yeah, Gunlock. That's the one. Gunlock. Jeffrey Gunlock. That's the one that I'm like. That's the Jeffrey Gunlock is the one that I'm like. He always comes out at the bottom of every PE ratio and he goes, and he's like, don't be buying this. This is the worst it's ever been. And I'm like, you guys have been doing this since 1978, you liar. You're a liar. You already know this. I know this. You know this. You've been in this market since, I was in diapers or before. Hold on here. Here's the article. Read through this and see if you can decipher what Drunkenmeister said. Hold on here. YouTube's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Huh? I just reset my router like a minute ago. I'm going to bet that I bet just someone in my family is. Oh, I got to go around and check my family. I bet someone was plugged into a VPN or something. Almost guaranteed there's a VPN running somewhere in this house. Guaranteed. I'll plug that one in. Turn that off. See if the Bulls can hold on right now. Check the 30-minute basis on velocity. See if velocity got cooled off here. Velocity is still neutral here. We did burn a lot of the hourly velocity off. That's good to see. That down move did bring Velo back to 0. Let's see if we actually get some negative velocity here or not. I'm going to clear all this out so you can see it better. That's a fucking mess over there, isn't it? Morning, Winky. How are you doing, brother? Good to see you, man. Now, let me do this. I got some stuff I got to do here. Hold on. I got to do, hang tight 1 second here. I got to do the... What do I got to do here? Hold on 1 second here. That work? Oh, they have ready. Look at that. Woof. So here's local 5200 still resistance. Support has moved up. Support has moved up to 5175. The gamma flip is now lower. No, gamma flip same place, 5150. Resistance hasn't changed here. Call wall. 4473.86. There's the next call wall's at 5250. Local resistance though is still 5200. Local support is right below where we are at 5175. 5175 still local support. Gamma flips lower. Volatility to right here. That down. Yeah, still tight price action here. Still more bouncing around. This all looks like, from at least from today's gamma profile, it's the same bullshit. Grind this middle zone in here. Look for lows to buy. So not much change here. Not much change as of right now in this. Same regime. Same tight ass regime. Raise that up a little bit right there. Same sideways regime. So look for major lows to grab. That's the same as last night. Still a gap here to the upside. This is all gap right here. Conversion right now is 51.77, roughly a dollar between SPX and SPY, somewhere in there. You want the exact conversion? Take 5177 minus 51630. I'm in puts, so I think this is a week where we wind up on the downside at the end of the week. So that's what I think. I think that squeeze up on Monday and then the brief morning Tuesday for liquidity for a downside move. I'm with you on that. I'm bearish this week. Well, I'm not a bear per se. I'm on a better dip buy for bulls. I'm bullish, but I'm looking for two lows. I'm looking for the first, looking for that the gap closure at 510, and then there's one at 506 possibly in the middle of the month on like the 15th, something like that. But I think ultimately the market resolves to the upside. So just pick your poison on a low to go higher. Pick your poison and a low to go higher. Yeah, I'm not bared up at all. More of a pull it back, rein it in, close some gaps, and then a giant move to the upside. We will get all-time highs if you're asking. In my viewpoint, we will. What else do we got going on here? Okay, so like we got all that stuff. We got the gamma picture done. We had costs go up. We're going to get rid of that one. I've got IWM, SPX, Dixie, still climbing, right? We've got HYG, slight roll in HYG. This is HYG 1 minute chart. Let's look at a higher term basis with HYG, see what it's doing. I'm going to look at HYG really quick. HYG, kind of the start of bullishness. Hourly is kind of rough on it right now. Looking for HYG to come back down as well. Here's HYG. Would really like to see it come back down and then bounce up. So something like that. We'll see how that works itself out. GME. It's still attacking the upside in GME. GME is still fighting. People, this looks like it's going to get front run. I figured it would take more time to get up there, but they're not waiting. That's possible that that will happen. I'm not in disagreement. They'll price in that cross before it happens. Keep your eyes on GME, mostly because I think everybody now knows that there is an event of some kind coming ahead on GME. So keep an eye on GME for an upside move. Also, you have the daily trigger screaming higher. Let's look at that really quick. So the daily trigger on GME is racing higher. It's getting there faster than later. I figured it would take more time, but it ain't mattering now. They're buying the fuck out of GME for this eventuality. I said 1 to 3 months. It's going to come sooner than later. I don't know what that news is, but there's going to be some positive GME news, and there's going to be an explosive move. Now, the question becomes, is that explosive move to the upside or downside on GME? Is that news going to be good or bad? And they really are fighting for that right now. So we're going to leave this one up because GME is going to get saucy. So we're going to leave GME up. Someone knows something, right? And they're doing a front run right now. This is a pretty violent turn for the daily trigger. I figured that we'd come back down at least, maybe bounce around a little more volatility. They're just saying, fuck you and all that bullshit. We're going up. We're going to price it all in early. So this looks like a front run job on GME. Congratulations. If you're a GME bull, I look forward to you getting paid finally. Hopefully hopefully you're getting above that $20 and you start hitting like those big numbers. So leave that one up. VIX 9-day being bought right now. Revenge traders buying the VIX. XLK with a little roll. We'll see if the bulls can hold this up. If they can hold up this hourly trigger, if these bulls can hold on to it, or if the move is more down than up, that would be your back test. If you go up here and start making new highs, you got your back test. If not, then you're going to see us come back down. And hopefully you catch your test there, back up again, and then off and running again right there. So we'll keep an eye on XLK. Here's XLK. SQ just kind of diddling. SQ still not getting it done. Still not getting it done. They look like they want to go downtown. That's not good to see either. And still no trade on XLK unless they can get above. They do have their daily trigger crossing over here. Keep your eyes out on SQ. That's going to be an interesting one to watch. Do we not have okay, I guess we don't have Velo on this one. We need to. Well, okay. How about we get rid of that one and leave this one up? There might be one more down move on, but this is why I'm watching this one. This one's going to get salty, or this one's going to be fast. I want to watch this one closely here. Then we had Beyond cranking higher on it. Keep your eyes on Beyond as well. It's holding itself above $8.21. Its daily trigger is racing up from the bottom. There could be an explosive move to the upside coming on Beyond. They're fighting for higher prices as well. They're looking for higher than $16. Let me see Beyond here. 1 hour basis. Oh, yeah, baby. Beyond's looking to crank. Beyond is looking for $20. It's getting saucy too. So we'll keep our eyes still on Beyond. ASML doing the same fight. They hit their first target. So there's their first target right there. They took that one out. Next target is 945.40. 945.40 next target for ASML. See if they can close that gap and then get up there. They would also be looking for there's an alternate trade in here. There's an alternate trade in here where ASML catches a new high. Grabs their hourly trigger and goes up. And Snow's not doing shit. The good news about Snow is that they took out a bunch of their volatility. So they're working hard. They took that one out. They took that one out. They took this one out. They took that one out. That's pretty good. Next target on Snow. Snow's got that same funky shit going on. Snow has that same funky. All these tickers do. Expected path is down, but ultimately up. Good job, Snow Gang. Right there is their actual path. But if they can recover. They have a messy run there. That's kind of a shitty run, isn't it? It's kind of an ugly ass run for Snow. I like that. I like this one way better. Go down, grab some liquidity. Make a nice clean break to the upside. What else do we have here? 10-year yield is not up. US 10-year, that's not it. That's it right there. Yield's getting destroyed. That's good to see. Market's not crashing on the yield, getting the inverted yield curve, getting destroyed. Blah, blah, duration. Blah, blah, duration. Take that shit down to like 4.3 would be nice. Take that yield down to the depths of hell. We'll draw on two paths for the yield. Check out the yield really quick. Oh, fuck yeah, baby. Fucking yield's coming down. This is actually the likely path here. And this is the alternate path. Ten-year yield. Check that right now. Nope, no. I got that inverse. I had that right the first time. That's 10-year yield. IWM, SPX, Dixie. Do I have the Qs up here? Let's move this stuff over. One over there. Dixie over there. HYG over there. Dixie, HYG, GME, VIX 9-day over there. XLK over there. And that's going to be Qs. Q's cranking right now on a 30-minute basis, trying to slam back up into that 420, 442 again. Velo getting bullish on SPY right now to the upside for an upside move, targeting 518.50. I'm going to read some notes to you this morning. Okay, I'm going to read some of this stuff to you, all right? Wall Street is trying to sell a solid bull case. Dealer long gamma, CTA buying stocks and bonds, open buyback window, retail back home from school, but several idiosyncratic developments are throwing monkey wrenches in that idea, while also rate cut expectations have quietly retraced much of the post NFP move. Dealer gamma is at 328. That's pretty good. Gamma flip 5150. We know that. Zero date range is 5170 to 5190. So that would support that upside move here above this yellow bar. It's a 520 this time. Target above here, right up here. Option positioning has become more bullish, and thus the gamma flip level has moved higher. Yes, it has, which means the bar for staying in a favorable long gamma environment has shifted higher as well. This is that bottom of, this is right here, this support right here, is that higher is better. This might be the low right here. What else? CTAs are potentially big buyers in equity and bonds, or have at least stopped becoming sellers for now. I showed you that chart on Sunday that the CTA curve was slowing, looking to become trend buyers once again. You guys got that in your Sunday note. What else here? CTA positioning. I got to show you guys this. This is a cool one. Give me a quick second here. I'm going to show you guys this one. Yeah, I wanted to show you this. Hold on. Let me see if I can bring this up for you. One quick second here. As this thing populates. Hold on here. I'm not getting this here. It's not working here. Come on now. Vol control gang stepping back in right now too. Not getting the bond.
And headline crude stocks, they draw down by 1.362 million. That is a deeper than expected draw for Cushing stocks, build 1.88 million, and that compares to the API's data, which reported a build of 1.3. In the product space, distillates build 560,000. That's a surprise build. We had expected a draw of just about 1.1 million. Gasoline build 915,000. That's a surprise build. We were expecting a draw of 1.255 million. In terms of utilization, up 1% above the expected 0.8. And production levels are unchanged in the week at 13.1 million barrels a day.
Well, that's the thing, is if you're not going to get someone saying something about a drop on, if you're looking for a drop in the market, right, you're going to have, it has to be quick, right? You've got SPX vol control positioning. right here. And this is what you don't want to see if you're a bear. If you're bullish, right, you want to see this right here. You want to see the turn up in volatility control, and you can see they're already stepping in right now, right? See them down here? This is November of 2023. Vol control coming out and partying. Whenever you see stuff like this, this is March right here. And this was all the way up into where? Here's March 22nd right here, March 21st. Vol control gang helped out the bears for downside moves. Woo-woo. And right now you're seeing volatility control coming back into the picture, right? Right there, just starting right now. Also, if you were to look at CTA positioning, we're not quite there yet where you get the ramp, but it's almost there, right? Just about to start turning down. If you were to snap a line right down here, and see it right here, you start seeing the CTA positioning making that turn, and you're going to see big moves to the upside on SPOOs as soon as that turn happens. So CTA positioning, not there just yet, but almost there. Almost there to help out the bulls. Vol control gang, though, out in force right now. I don't know if we're going to get the bond gang in here buying bonds, but they're going to be there. They'll be there soon enough. Let's see if I can catch, long-term treasuries. Can I show that really quick? Show you this right here. This is treasury positioning, long-term treasury positioning right here.
Geopolitics front, the U.S. Navy says guided missile destroyer USS Halsey conducted a routine Taiwan Strait transit on the 8th of May.
This is October and November of 2023, that big old ramp. They started selling this shit down once we got into January. But there's another dip buy going on right now. This could be bullish for the market. I'm not really a fan of long treasuries means market goes up, but it's like a second or third tier tool. Just like the inverted yield curve, it's not reliable. It's not reliable enough to make a difference, but it is always nice to have it in the background. So as a background noise kind of a thing for bulls. You've got CTAs about to jump in for bulls. You've got vol control gang out there. You've got long treasuries gang out there. So when you put them all together inside the pot, it does signal more upside. So if you are a bull, you're going to need to jump out there to look for the best dips that you can find. You're looking for news events that shock the market. We blast down as fast as possible. Grab a dip, close a gap, and you're off and running. What else I got for you there? Let me see if I can get anything else for you here this morning. Hang tight here. Boeing 767 cargo jet crashed upon landing in Turkey following failure of landing gear. That was at 9:30 this morning. That doesn't help Boeing. I can't stand fucking trading Boeing because of that shit. I can't stand it. Do we get a crash today or not, right? The Israeli government this morning at 8:53 this morning said that they will not agree to end the war and leave Hamas in power. If you guys, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but it's kind of gross what's happening right now. Well, I don't know. It's not gross. It's hard. Let me take off my my Wall Street hat for a minute here. And I'm going to take off my Main Street hat too. I'm going to put on something that's going to be kind of gross to say. I'm going to put on my military hat. So I was in the military for a long time, in one form or another. And the last time that I spent in the military was I found like slots open around the country, and I wound up finding a slot that is hard to come by. You just don't get these jobs, and I got one of those jobs. Kind of a job where um, I was with U.S. Army Command, right? I could do whatever I wanted. I could. They were like, "Hey, you want to go to Pathfinder school? Done. You want to go to jump school? Done. You want to go to this like rare thing? Like they had every slot available for fucking schools. These are unheard of jobs. There just aren't many of them, and I wound up finding myself into one of those jobs in the Army. They're like unicorn jobs. Like if you're a line level unit, you can't go to schools. There's not enough. Everyone's gunning for the same slots and shit like that. But this place, and they talk about that. Like, who's that guy over there? Why does he get all those fucking tabs and shit? And he's working in an office, like that kind of job, right? They're never gonna fucking. These guys are never gonna be in the field. And they got fucking breasts full of fucking tabs everywhere, fucking shoulder patches, and you're like, what the fuck is that guy? Fucking high speed pencil pusher, right? So I found my way into that job. The reason I bring that up is because it's kind of discussing what they're going to do in Rafa right now. Rafa's got like, I think they got 2 or 3 brigades in there of fighters. Hamas does. So they're going to try to. The reason I'm putting on that army hat, the military hat, is because a lot of times on Reddit and stuff, I'll see people say, like, that's horrible. This is the worst. How can you do this? How can you do that? The military is a really gross place, especially war. War is a really bad, gross thing, just disgusting. There's gallows humor. There's like truck driver mouth, and you do things you would never normally do in your real life, right? Everything is the opposite in the military in a war situation, and in combat, things get really fucking horrible, absolutely disgusting and horrible. And they're gonna go in. They're gonna leave. They're not gonna surround him, right? They're not gonna surround him, not let him out. They're gonna let him get out, but they're gonna destroy. They're gonna destroy these fighters. And they're gonna follow the ones that escape to wherever they're going next. You're gonna knock on the door, wherever that is, right, for more military intelligence and stuff like that. But it's really gross. What you're gonna see here with that Rafa thing is gonna be nasty in my view. I could be wrong on this, but I'm not looking forward to whatever the end result of that fight in Rafa is gonna be. What do I think of Hamas? Fuck Hamas. Fuck Hamas all day long. Fuck Hamas. Fuck. So I live in Detroit. We have one of the largest population centers of Palestinians in the United States, and they're awesome. I go to soccer games in Hamtramck. That's where a lot of new refugees move to in Detroit first. Then they go to Dearborn. Dearborn's really nice place. I know that they make Dearborn out to be a shithole. It's not. It's really nice. And these Palestinians that live in Hamtramck are awesome. They're just like every other immigrant from anywhere else in the world, whether they're coming from Italy, Ireland, doesn't matter. They're good people, but they have access to healthcare, schooling, support from the U.S. government, right? They don't have fucking fighting going on all over the place. And you give it 2-3 generations. And I've got friends here in Detroit. Matter of fact, I got a friend of mine, a woman who's a friend of mine from Iraq, here in Detroit, and she's second generation. And she is an American. She goes to Burning Man. She's a psychologist. And she's now a close friend of mine. But, anyone that comes to this country, you get a chance, right? There's no, like, bombings in Hamtramck. There's protests and stuff. So, no. Am I a fan of Hamas? Fuck no. Am I a fan of some of what Israel's doing? Of course not. Not a fan of that either, right? So hell no. Am I pro Hamas? Fuck no. But Palestinians They're kind of like the heel of the Middle East, right? They're kind of like Detroiters, right? To an extent. Nobody wants them, right? No, there was a time period where nobody wanted Detroiters, right? If you say I'm from Detroit, that was pretty bad, right? To say that. Yeah. But putting that military hat on, it's kind of sad
So
to
the
see what's
Commerce
going to
Secretary
take
in the
place.
US
Is my
says
point.
she's
And
expecting the
it's
rules on
likely
export
going to be
investment
gnarly,
restrictions
right?
will be complete by the end of this year.
And they're not going to listen to the U.S. I don't think that they are. I don't think that Israel cares what the U.S. says, which kind of sucks because you're going to get a lot of people dying, right? You're going to get civilians tied up inside of that shit. It's not going to just be fighters. There's going to be civilians in fucking Rafah. It's really sad. It's troubling. It's gonna break my heart. I'm ready to cry right now because I'm not gonna cry, but it impacts me too because I served in the military and you don't like seeing that shit. You don't like seeing anyone dying, right? You don't ever want to see war, and you don't want to see. Fairly, um, don't ever want to see war ever, right? I was in the army. Like some of the shit that you see, you're like, I never want to see that again for the rest of my life. Scrub my eyes out, bleach right fucking now. Especially when you become a civilian again, because when you come out of the military, they lock you in a box. They call it putting you in a box and taking you out of the box. They take you out of the box when you're in war. They put you back in the box when you're a civilian again. And so that kind of shit triggers me and takes me out of the box. And I'm like, get all crazy in my brain and all that stuff. Because you know that some really fucking, really gnarly shit's going to go down. Shit that you don't see on CNN and you don't see it even on Twitter, some of that stuff. It's just disgusting and gross. So anyways. So this morning, Israeli government saying we will not agree to end the war and leave Hamas in power. I believe that. I think that no matter what that peace deal is, that Israel is looking at this and saying, we've got them all surrounded, right? We're gonna go in there and we're gonna destroy all of them.
Pause in some weapons
and,
for Israel. Quote,
if they sneak out, that's okay.
Near-term security assistance
because we get more military intelligence to track them down and hunt them and get them out in other places in Palestine. So that's going to be kind of gross too. It's not going to be done when Rafah is done. That's my point here. Is that when Rafah is done, I think there's two fronts right now in Rafah, which means they're going to go in and squeeze them, and they're going to track and hunt down every fucking fighter that leaves there to wherever they go next. And they're not done with Rafah. Is my point. That's not the end of it. And it's going to get nasty. So, anyways, next thing. Tesla diving 3.6 lower. Per Reuters, U.S. prosecutors are examining whether Tesla committed securities or wire fraud by misleading investors and consumers about its electric vehicle and self-driving capabilities. 3 people familiar with the matter told Reuters. Tesla's autopilot and full self-driving systems assist with steering, braking, and lane changes, but are not fully autonomous. That's bullshit. Well, Tesla has warned drivers to stay ready to take over driving. The Justice Department is examining other statements by Tesla and Chief Executive Elon Musk suggesting its cars can drive themselves. That is, I know, Reuters.
And Defense Secretary Austin says they have pulled 1 shipment of high payload munitions.
Yeah, Hezbollah is in Lebanon. Absolutely. Hezbollah is in Lebanon. Whoever wrote that, thanks for writing that. It was people questioning what Hamas and Hezbollah, they're two different organizations. Reuters. You know Reuters there in Boston?
Has not made any final.
You guys got that story from Reuters today?
Shipment
That's New York, isn't it? Reuters would be New York, right? New Yorker accent. Upside target right now, 518.50. Just below it, 518.40. Tesla, we'll look at that one next. Let's take a peek at Tesla. You know Tesla's biggest fucking problem, or the biggest problem that I have with Tesla is there's a lot of congratulations going on. Oh, yeah, we're good on Tesla. We're good. I already bought this, so we're good. I'm still in the green right now. So the good thing about Tesla, or not Tesla, but the thing that annoys the fuck out of me is the thing that annoys the fuck out of me in Tesla is yeah, Tesla's still going up, dude. Tesla's gonna trade 280. I don't know if you know that, but Tesla's trading 280. The thing that bothers me about Tesla, the biggest thing that I got for Tesla, the biggest issue that I have with Tesla and self-driving in particular is there's this thing where a lot of Tesla bulls are like, well, there's other companies doing the work for them, working through the bureaucracy in the United States of America with self-driving. Now, let's not get into the arguments about the best self-driving. Is it a mix of LiDAR? Is it fucking cameras? Is it fucking I don't know. We can come up with a bunch of different other bullshit. Is the real problem here is that there are little fiefdoms all over the United States, and Mary, who makes $45,000 a year, she works in the bureaucracy, and she's got her health care taken care of by the state or by the federal government. She doesn't drive a Tesla. She doesn't drive an electric vehicle. She doesn't drive anything self-driving. And our roads are not built with charging stations, with self-driving in mind. Our whole entire infrastructure is so far behind, it's not even funny. So Elon hates that concept, right? Investing in advertising or lexicon or zeitgeist or all that kind of stuff. So you've got like all these, you got like that group of Tesla bulls that are the zeitgeist, free advertising, but you don't have inroads being made by Tesla, whining and dining these people basically. And there are other companies doing that. You've got Chevy doing it. You got parts of the big three doing it, shit like that, and Detroit doing it. There needs to be more of it, right? Needs to be more of it. So that they feel confident, right? Right? They don't feel confident right now. They want to be lubed up, and Elon's unwilling to lube them. Pay him off, basically. Tracking right now to trade 518.50. Maybe just below it, 518.39. Vol control gang in the house right now. Dips are being bought. This might be the back check you're looking for. You're looking for a new high right now to confirm the bulls are fully in charge of this market. We did have a back test of the hourly trigger finally. Have not had that happen at all for this entire run. We are looking to see if we can catch a new high right now. We'll be paying close attention to this new high. See if we can get it right there. All right, what else we got here? Buy tickets growing in size across mega caps. Hedge funds finished minus down 2%. Net sellers. Fast money flow was mixed and centered around earnings. Multiple sellers in Disney today. We should bring Disney back up too. Let's bring up Disney. Yeah, Miguel Elliott, or Miguel Elliott said, let me read some of this to you. So Nomura's Miguel Elliott says, as companies are merging from their earnings blackouts, the ASR corporate buyback bid is returning as a market stabilizer in a major way. See Apple's buyback announcements, which simultaneously acts as significant vol suppression flow, shrinking the share float and creating a latent buyer, which is typically deployed most aggressively into pullbacks. Let me read that to you again, okay? This is a very important information for you. This is that
comments from the Fed's Jefferson, but just be aware the subject matter that he's speaking suggests that we're not really going to get much by way of monetary policy. He's going to be talking about a career as an economist. So again, not expecting too much by way of monetary policy within his remarks.
All right. So Miguel got saying, as companies emerge from their earnings blackouts, the ASR corporate buyback bid is returning as a market stabilizer in a major way. See Apple's 110 billion buyback announcement, which simultaneously acts as a significant vol suppression flow, shrinking the share float and creating a latent buyer, which is typically deployed most aggressively in pullbacks. You see it happening right now, right? And arresting the sell-off side of the price range distribution, which bleeds single-name volatility. He also goes on to say that from the index vol side, the recent Fed policy error, no landing, structural shift to fiscal dominance confluence, which created the powerful demand for equities index downside tails, VIX upside tails theme over the course of April trade now looks to be dead and gone. So that is me talking to you earlier this morning about that front running of rate cuts and how that trade is now dead. And he's saying that trade is dead, that the buyers are going to come into the market and run this shit up. So I don't know that Andy Constant top is going to hold. I'm kind of doubting it right now that it's going to hold, that we're going to trade that 5,300, come back down, and then trade that 5,500. The only fly in that ointment would be the bullshit with the we've got one more rate cut in June story that's out and about. That would be the only fly in that ointment would be some volatility maybe from that Fed meeting that they're going to cut in June. I don't see a cut in June. And if there's no cut in June, that means there's no cut until November, December, which would put that sell side crowd at heel outside of the election vol. That would be the last bit of vol that could be priced in for a major correction. Now, the election... where are we at right now? We're in May 8th, right? So we've got the June bullshit vol of a rate cut. But then you've got August, September, October. Then you got November, right? The start of November. So basically 3 months. You got 3 months of... You basically have 3 months for a little bit of election volatility and then a ramp up into the election itself. So a some kind of a late summer corrective thing where they trap you into thinking that you're going to get a crash for the election. They're going to trap your ass in there and run your ass up again. That's all I've got there. Oil inventories minus 1.36 million versus 1.43 million expected, and 7.27 million prior on the EIA oil inventories.
Just a bit more here from the Commerce Secretary. Raimondo says Huawei is a, quote, threat.
Tesla coming back, no problems. Let's look at Disney too. Did anybody buy the Disney dip? Anyone out there at all? Are you going to wait a few days? They seem to be recovering just fine. Disney with a nice dip by in its weekly trigger, down at 100.04. Disney looking for a retrace to 110. Halfback trade. I'm going to have to buy this for my kids. Hold on here. Yeah, I like Disney down here. Let's look at Disney on a 30-minute basis. Yeah, you know, that halfback trade, they might not be done going down. And maybe I'll wait. I was going to buy them yesterday. I didn't. There might be more down to come with Disney. I want to buy them at $97. I was thinking about buying them right now, but that's how I see Disney trading out. That's pretty fucking. If I could have bought that, I should have bought that, and I didn't. Morgan Stanley. No. You needed to be long back here. You want to be long back here on April 15th. The trade was down here. You guys remember we did this one back here? I wouldn't be a buyer again unless we come back down here. If you're already, we talked about this trade way back on when. So Morgan Stanley, we talked about buying the dip. I think they sold off right before their ER. And this is a regular trade for old men. So yeah, you're always buying dips here, here, down here. So your next dip trade or dip buy on Morgan Stanley is probably $90. Let me see here. Let me check. Yeah, you should have already been long. Do I think it's going to $100? Yes. I guess you're thinking, your question is, are they going up here to tag this first? Tag that $100 or fail that $100 and then back down here? This one's MS. I think it's too long in the tooth for anyone else to buy it. Maybe you're just already long and you just want someone else to party with you. It's possible. It's weird, like When MS was on that low, was anybody buying down there is the bigger question. Probably not. Did anybody buy $85? We highlighted this specific trade back on April 15th. So if you're already long it, can you get 100? Yes. You're either going to get it now or you're going to get it later. It's inevitable. Would I institute a position here? No. You're too late. The trade's down here. If it began to roll over for some stupid reason, like started blasting down, I would initiate the position though. If you can catch anything down here at $90, yes, it's a buy. It's a little late and it's a little long in the tooth, so this is just gravy for anyone that was already long.
Just a reiteration here from the White House. They're just noting that talks.
No, we should go higher. We should trade 520.
Remains between the two sizes.
We should smash above it again.
Bear in mind.
As we roll down, we should smash into that 520. That's the idea here, is that we're going to wear out that call wall at 5,200 and break above it. This can be a little bit lower. Good question. Let me see here. Pivots. Trade the trigger pivots. This is the pivot point for, we're sitting on the pivot point right now for upside targets, right? And
just so you're aware, China's military, just noting it did follow and monitor the US destroyer USS Halsey's transit in the Taiwan Straits.
And there are your pivot lines. You see them? Here's our 1. Here's our 2. Here's our 3 at 52.50. So those are your upside targets. Here, we'll draw them in for you. Hold on. T1. PT3. There. Yeah, I think I got those right. Right there. We'll drag those closer so you can see them. Then we'll move them over as time passes. Five-minute trigger's crossing the half-hour trigger right now. So if you're looking to jump on and catch a dip buy, right there. Just a heads up that there's a
And commentary from Israel's defense minister says the mission in the north is not completed. Says this might be a hot summer, he says.
U.S. is saying that the deal might still be on with the hostages with Gaza. As a U.S. Navy destroyer conducting a routine transit through the Taiwan Strait. The Chinese military is following a U.S. destroyer through the transit of the Taiwanese Strait. That doesn't mean much. U.S. Defense Secretary Austin saying they have paused the shipment of high payload munitions. That's already known. Israeli Defense Minister Gallant is counter to the U.S., saying mission in the north isn't complete. This might be a hot summer. I agree with that statement from the Israeli Defense Minister. Even when they wrap up that Gaza operation, you're likely going to see. Did I say Gaza? I meant Rafah. When they wrap up that Rafah operation, the gross part is that they're going to track anyone that escapes and hunt down wherever they go. Start knocking on doors. It's going to get gross.
You know, some commentary
I'm in agreement with that.
Says its military stays on high alert to defend its sovereignty.
You want me to look at Hood next? There's MS for you right there. MS, I didn't do that, though I should have done that. Their hourly, hold on. Looks like they can get up there and get $100, at least on a half-hour basis. MS looks like it can get the $100, but I would expect the sell as we approach it. And just below it. China says that its military stays high alert to defend sovereignty. Hilarious. I would love to see a small fight, I'll be honest with you. I'm like, I'm anti-war, but I'd love to see a small fight with China. I really would, I'll be honest with you. They have no idea what would be coming at them. Oh, are we gonna? Are these bears gonna step in and try to sell this stuff? These bears trying to step in? I would love to see it, just a skirmish. I'd like to see a small skirmish with China. I'll be honest. It's just a nice reality check. Just a nice little skirmish. Why? Why would I want to see a small skirmish with China? Just to let everybody know what what reality is. Reality is a lot different than what people say it is. The reality is the United States owns the seas from our lift capabilities. We have the world's best logistics, period. No discussion. Did you guys see? You guys want to hear some fucking craziness? You want to hear something crazy? This is some 1950s shit. I feel like I'm living back in the 1950s. I wasn't alive in the 1950s. But so like in the 1950s, right? We first got the A bomb, right, in the 1940s, and all kinds of wild ass shit was thought up. People were like, we'll start making dams with nuclear bombs, with atomic bombs. There's also a period in the United States military where you had the nuclear army. That was in the 1950s. And people were like, "Yeah, let's put a backpack. Let's get a bazooka with an atom bomb on it, tactical nuke." So if we're being overrun, we'll just launch a like a 1 megaton bomb, but a mile down the road, 2-3 clicks down the road, and we'll stop them. We should nuke the moon and see if we can move it to stop climate change. We'll push it over a little bit, and it'll help with us with our oceans. Shit like that. So this is because of logistics. I'm talking about logistics right now. There's a discussion going on there's a discussion going on that yeah, there's a discussion going on that they're going to use Starship. The United States military is going to use Starship, Elon Musk's Starship, for heavy payloads. You could go to low orbit and deliver, like, I don't know, could deliver material in like an hour. That's obscene. It's like ordering Domino's pizza. We need a brigade. We need a brigade sent to Taiwan right now in the next half an hour. Let's use the Starship for it. I think it's insane. It's insane just the thought of it. Pure insanity, just the thought of it. It would be epic, wouldn't it? That's some fucking futuristic shit, right? You could get a payload, like a C5, like what are they? Is it C5 Galaxy or something? Flown anywhere you wanted in the world in about an hour, half an hour. That would be a logistics person's. So you can see that a little bit better. Would give a hard on to anybody in logistics. Serious, think about that. I'd have to look up what the payloads are on those fucking big planes, but it'd be insane. Yeah, China. Yeah, I'd like a little skirmish. Absolutely. It's like Iran. It's like the Iran Navy. You know, it lasted like 4 hours or something. They wrapped it up in about 4 hours. Something like that. You just destroy half their fucking navy. Say thank you very much. I don't think you want China. Can anybody out there raise their hand and say that they want China to police the world's oceans and commerce? Raise your hand, I guess, in the chat if you think that. Do you want, so let me ask you that question. If there was a nation that was going to ensure free trade around the world.
And Israel says it does reopen crossing after closing it due to Hamas rockets.
Which one would it be? My vote would be like Amsterdam, Norway, Sweden, one of those guys up there. They just don't have a navy. But I don't think that's going to happen, so. Infinite amount of low quality ships. Yeah. They are dangerous, though. I can't say that they're not. Their navy is becoming more competent than they ever have been. In a quick succession, they're now Chinese ships are Chinese warships are making port calls around the world right now, which is concerning. The only good thing for the rest of the world would be, North Korea. Have them do that shit. The only thing that saves, so that actually, I should say that the Chinese Navy is leaps and bounds ahead of where they were. Right, they're definitely a threat. Next 10 years, 20 years. The one saving grace right now is that the U.S. is fortifying some old school military outposts that we have in Southeast Asia right now. Many of them. Renegotiating terms with many nations there, like Ghana, places like that. Papua New Guinea, I believe, as well. I said Ghana, I mean Papua New Guinea, sorry. Apologize for that. Some other places in Southeast Asia, right, where we have long-term ties with those nations. And thankfully, China doesn't have a long coastline. So they have a very, very small window where they can escape from. They don't have massive coasts. It's one of the things about the U.S. that's great is that we have a lot of coast. We have a lot of access to the ocean. China does not. They are working on that access, though, with Africa, aren't they? They are working on it with belts and roads to gain that access that they need. But currently, they don't have it. So you'd want, hypothetically, if it wasn't the U.S. guaranteeing freedom of passage, you'd want Russia over China to do it, blue deep water access. Yeah, I think you'd probably want Europe to do it, right? You'd probably want the EU would be my number two. If I had like number one, it'd be U.S. Mostly because of the ability to do it. You guys got to think about this too from just a pure logistical standpoint. 45 Forever's got a good point.
For Tesla, TSLA, Elon Musk is tweeting out that they'll probably start rolling out the.
Oh yeah, blood them. Oh God, blood them down. Look at them testing it right now. Theoretically, you want the logistics to be able to do it. It's not an easy job. You're talking about having like a naval presence, a Coast Guard presence, and then you want to ensure that trade happens, right? You don't want like the Suez Canal to be closed, right? Which has been, right? It gets closed sometimes, right? You guys know that? You try to sail. If you're a private sailor, you know this, right? When you're either going to go around the Horn of Africa or you're going to go in through the Suez Canal, which is dangerous in and of itself. There's no two good ways to sail the world. If you don't know that, let me explain that to you. So if you're going to get in a boat and you were going to try to make passage around the world, you would sail south around Florida, right? And then you would decide if you were going to go through the Panama Canal or if you're going to navigate down around South America. So you have those two choices. The third thing that's happening right now is Mexico is building a canal because the Panama Canal is in threat of not having enough water, right? Of drying up. But those canals are open. That canal is open regular, right? The Panama Canal is open. There's no there's no terrorist actions. There's no state that's stopping or impeding the flow of traffic, commercial traffic, through that canal. And so you've got that issue, right? First issue is a free flow of goods and not services, but free flow of goods, material, that kind of stuff, right? Commodities. The second issue, though, is being able to. So you've got the nation state that does or does not allow it. We know that parts of the Suez Canal are closed at times due to nation states, right? And then we also have the next issue, which is can you project the logistics to ensure that stuff around the world? That is no easy feat. I got to say to you, you got to understand that that feat is massive. It is massive. So you're talking about a nation being able or having the ability to fund that. China could do it. Their growth, the size that they are, they could, on that end of things, do that stuff. I don't know if Europe has that ability or not as a whole, or Russia does. Russia's got some. Russia, I don't know if Russia has that ability to do that. I think currently it's either the U.S. or China that would have the ability to do it. So the next question becomes, would they stop that free trade and flow of commerce and goods? Are they doing it right now in Southeast Asia? No. They're trying to stop, right, and impede that flow of goods. You can see it in fisheries too, right? Fishing around the world. If you encounter Chinese fisheries, even Japanese fisheries, you don't want to fuck with those guys, right, out in the middle of the ocean. You don't want anything to do with those guys, especially if there's no U.S. Coast Guard or U.S. warboats around. Yeah, it's infrastructure behemoth, absolutely. They have the ability to do it. The one big problem for China is just coastline. They don't have access to coastline. Or I should say, access to coastline can be denied currently to China. until they get a better foothold in Africa. Yeah, I'm thinking about going long here. I'm thinking about taking some calls here. I'm looking at them. I'm getting all hopped up on calls here. I'm watching closely. They need to become more dictator. They kind of are already. The bigger question is, it's a good point that you're making. The bigger question is, are we in the infancy, are we in the late stages of capitalism, and late stage, like, are we at the end of Rome or the beginning of Rome? There are a lot of smarter people than me. Let's say we're like a teenager right now. We're not quite late stage as you think. I tend to believe that as I've gotten older. When I was younger, I thought things would move faster than they actually do. When you're young, or when I was young, I don't know how old you are out there, but one thing that I've learned is that things move slower than you'd expect. It's kind of like when you look back on the 1950s and you see the old advertisements. The future home is going to have this, and the future home is going to have that. And you're going to have your own personal, flying device like the Jetsons. And we got some of that stuff, but some of that stuff we didn't, right? But time moves slower, I think, than people think. So I know people are like, "Oh, we're in late stage capitalism. It's going to end next year. It's going to end next decade." I disagree with that. I think that we're way early on that. Stop shitting on China. I don't know. I think that our best bet for us is to develop Mexico and South America. I think they're our best strategic partner. South America, Central America, and Mexico. What calls am I looking at here? Yeah, I don't want to be a part of. Dealers saying we're not going to 519, huh? Saying that we're trapped here. 519 is only 13, 14 cents. The dealers saying we're not going up here. They're going to trap us in. They're going to tuck us in for the day. It's already 11:30. They're saying PT1's off the case here. Let's have a look. Trying to tuck us in for the day. I don't know if that's true or not. That's a lot of fucking sellers, though. Look at these fucking guys selling in.
Crop trader Anderson's there. CEO does expect normal growing season, therefore the company to get ANDE. Does also see more US ethanol exports in 2024 than last year.
they're trying to tell you that that's a big hard no right here. I don't know. This hourly looks pretty good here. I think we go there.
Let's note for McDonald's, ticker MCD, does expect to incur up to $250 million of restructuring charges in 2024. It's primarily related to consulting activities.
I don't believe them. I don't believe these dealers. Let's clean this up. Tag the 5-minute trigger. Whoop. Yeah, it's mind blowing. In China, it is mind blowing. It's mind blowing in the cities. It's mind blowing. It'll actually, if you go to Hong Kong, if you go like Hong Kong or some shit like that. I know it's not mainland, but if you go to like Hong Kong your first time, it'll make you panic. The size, it's like being in Tokyo. It's shocking. But then Mexico City is pretty mind blowing too. People are shocked when they go to Mexico City for the first time, see the infrastructure that's being built there. It's not on the scale of China in any way, shape, or form. I'm with you on that, Jimmy. 100%. Mind blowing. Greed. It is beyond comprehension. Absolutely. If you're from the United States and have never been there, you would panic. By like 24 hours later, you'd be like, get me out of here. Full on panic. Mexico City, right? A lot of Americans don't realize the scale of mega projects they have going on there too. It's not comparable. I agree, it's not comparable. But you know what Mexico City looks like? Makes the U.S. look like a dump, right? Makes the United States look like a dump. Makes the United States look like, when you look at like a U.S. subway system, or you look at like waterworks projects in the United States, you look at the buildings that we're building here in the United States, and then you go to like Mexico City and you're like, holy fuck, we're a dying country. Yeah, downtown pyramids, absolutely.
The new Italy BTP Valore retail bond reaches 8.7 billion euros in the first 3 days of the offer.
Why doesn't China have homeless problems? They have homeless everywhere in China. People live in huts in China. if you go to anywhere in Southeast, if you go to anywhere in Asia, anywhere in Asia, and you leave any tourist place, the moment you leave the city, it's like animals running down the road and thatch huts and fucking no windows, no heat, no cooling. You're shitting in a hole. You're still shitting in a hole in a lot of these cities too. I've been there. I've been there. I've been there. That's real. A hut is a home? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Not what you think. The hut is a home like your kids tree fort is a home. They got tree forts that are nicer here than I'm not saying it's better. Don't mix my words. I'm talking about don't mix my words here. I don't think that I'm not trying to mix anyone's words, but the words have more to do with infrastructure projects, and the scale of those projects is insane. When you go somewhere else, like they're insane. I realize Mexico has problems with water. They have problems with sewage, all kinds of nasty shit. But I'm talking infrastructure in a country, the growth of a country and its infrastructure. And it's a very different thing, right? We don't do that here in the United States. We've already did that stuff. We built our highway system. We built our rail system a long time ago. We don't do major infrastructure like they are doing in Mexico nor in China right now. It is wild to see. Yeah, Mexico's insane. They're boring a tunnel right now that's out of fucking control. Some of the skyscrapers they're building are just fucking insane.
Look at the latest 4-month bill results.
Well, certainly not on the same scale as China, but China's the same thing. You go out anywhere, you leave a city, anywhere. This same thing. South Korea, same thing. Japan, I didn't see any of that.
$60 billion of those 4-month bills. Again, it was a high rate of 5.24%.
I don't know if that is the case in Japan and any of the outskirts. I didn't tour the entire country. Hold on, I'm just trying to watch this stuff and see what happens here. I'm in some calls right now. I don't want to get flushed. Yeah, the U.S. We haven't taken on any major infrastructure projects in the United States, and I'm not talking about repairing, like bridges or. I'd say what would you think would be the most major infrastructure project that we've taken on in the U.S.? I would say
joint venture working in Guyana operations. Says the
maybe
Starbucks joint venture in Guyana is close to developing half of the resources that partners have discovered.
Maybe the Big Dig in Boston. But how long did the Big Dig take? Was that a 30-year project or in and around there? How about completing that in 5 years? 5 years. Could the U.S. do that today? The answer is no. The answer is no. The U.S. could not currently do that. How long was the Big Dig? Was it 30 years or was it 20? China right now could build a shipyard in about, what, 3 months? 6 months, if they needed to. Was it 30 years? It was 30 years. So think about a project like that going on in every state. Do we have that going on right now in every state? Do we have a Big Dig going on in every state right now? I want to say no. I think that's what Jimmy's talking about, right? I'm assuming that's what you're talking about is just the scale of production. Yeah. It doesn't hold up. I agree with that too, Rocket Surgeon. It doesn't hold up, does it? It's inferior. But it was inferior in the U.S. too one time, wasn't it? The U.S. was built a lot like that too in the beginning, right? The beginning of explosive growth that we had in the U.S. Um, we had some of that same stuff going on, didn't we? Try to be nice to each other in the chat here. People are asking for you to be nicer. Just be a better person. Say yes, I will be nicer.
For Apple, AAPL. The CWA does charge Apple with additional labour law violations.
Yeah, I agree with you, Rocket Surgeon. I noticed that in Korea. I noticed in Korea it was I was like, wow, this is fucking crazy, right? The construction that's going on. And then you'd like leave tourist areas. You'd go to I go to bus stations, and there would be no translation for you as an American. And then a couple stops out of town, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh shit, we're in the country already. I've been trying to build a rail system in Hawaii for 10 years. Time sink and budget disaster. I think if we had one in the U.S., if I wanted to see like a mega project in the United States, it would. I definitely want to see the bridges fixed, which sucks because it's a bunch of money, and stuff that we already have. But bridges would be a big one for me. Then I would like to see. I would like to see a lot of the red tape cut in the United States. For clean nuclear energy. I know that's an oxymoron because it's never fully clean, but I'd like to see some more nuclear done in the United States. And then I'd like to see a larger commitment to wind and solar and tying it into our national grid. That's another thing. Our electric grid is a disaster. Someone said it earlier, and that's true. Our electric grid is a fucking disaster. It is a full-on disaster. So maybe an infrastructure project for our electric grid would be nice. And then I'd like to see our highway system be more conducive to electric vehicles and a commuter aspect to it as well.
Reportedly seeking a US ban on all Chinese internet-connected vehicles. And therefore, some China Autos, but Senator Brown seeking a US ban on all Chinese internet-connected vehicles.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the nuclear infrastructure in our country's fucked up completely. High-speed rail would be nice too. The whole rail situation is a disaster in this country as well. As a matter of fact, there's a town. So there's a town near me, right? You want to hear this fucked up story? So there's a town near me, and wow, what's the name of the town? Hold on here. I gotta find this town. This is the insanity of our country. Especially we're talking about rail, right? What town is this? Is it Brighton or Milford, maybe? It's a nice little town, too. I don't know if it's Brighton or Milford. I got something cool for you. On your own, if you're interested in high-speed rail in the United States, right? You're like, I want a high-speed rail service. If you're interested in high-speed rail, right? There's a town in Brighton, Michigan. It's Brighton? No, Milford, Michigan. Is it Milford? Yeah. Do a Google search. And Google search Milford, Michigan train. And then look up news articles and click like the first one that pops up. There's a train, a CSX train line or something that runs through this town, right? And this town in Milford's like a normal town. They got money, nice, cute little main street, all that kind of stuff. And
Just so you're aware, None Arabia correspondent, noting that there are sirens ongoing at the Kerem Shalom crossing.
And in this little town, right, they've got a train line that runs through it. And the train line and the railroad, the line is owned by, I believe, CSX. And it has like 3 different authorities. There's like the town authority, the state authority. The town authority, the state authority, the authority that has been granted to the train line. Then you've got the federal authority. Then you've got like the Federal Rail Authority. And what this train company does, this operator on the train line, they park, kid you not, they park trains in this town, like a normal town. Has a large population center, and what they'll do is they'll park a train for maintenance or repairs direct across the town. Like directly across the town, they shut the town down for hours. Like we're talking like 1 to 3 to 5 hours. And you're kind of fucked if you get stopped here. Like you could be going to work and sorry, buddy, you're not going to be able to get to work or to school or the hospital or anywhere else. And this town is like, can you just stop the train like a block away? And they're like, no, eat a bag of dicks. And you hear like these like cronies, right? There's like 5 cronies. There's like 5 fucking cronies here, right? And these fucking cronies are like, well, I talked to Bob and Bob said no. He said to talk to Bill. So you go to Bill and Bill goes, oh, no, Bob told Bill and I'm Bill and now I'm telling you to go talk to Mike.
She says she expects demand will need to slow to get inflation to 2%. Says Fed policy is well positioned for the current outlook. Does note that monetary policy is moderately restrictive, but says there are risks to cutting it too soon. Collins does not expect the productivity jump to be persistent. Says firms well positioned to absorb faster wage growth and that recent inflation setbacks are not a surprise. She is still optimistic that the Fed can get 2% inflation in a reasonable time frame. Noticing the economy is robust, the job market is coming into better balance. Again, Fed's Collins there says she doesn't
buying some more right now. More calls right now.
Does note Fed policy is well positioned for the current outlook and it is moderately restrictive, and there are also risks to cutting rates too soon.
So this little town called Milford, Michigan, right? These guys can't get anywhere. So just imagine like you're just this little rinky-dink town, and you can't get anyone to agree on this train schedule when they're running trains through the town. I'm gonna get run over here. There's a big cross coming to the downside. See that cross right there? They're trying to rain hell down here on bulls. I'm slowly adding 10 packs here. I'm going to add another 10 pack down here if I can.
And see where the shallow water block is for bid by Qatar Energy, Petronas and Total Energies has been approved by Guyana's cabinet.
Looks like they deleted some of these. Articles here. A disabled train has blocked crossings at Summit and East Huron and Oakland Ave. Crossings at Old Plank Road and Buno are open. Township officials are asking drivers to be patient as it may take several hours to move the broken down train. I'm going to have to find that article for you because I don't see it there. Watch out for this cross above. You've got a 1 in 5 minute bear cross coming up. Bear plane ahead. Right here. Be careful. They're going to try to flush you out right here. Whoop. Right to the downside. Rain hell down on you down to the hourly trigger. Failure by bulls to get a new high in here. Not good. Sellers trying to close the door on bulls. Fed Collins, non-voter, says expects demand will need to slow to get inflation to 2%. Fed policy is well positioned for current outlook, says it is moderately restrictive. That's in quotes. There are risks to cutting rates too soon. So the rate cut trade is being quashed in public from Fed speakers today. For some reason, I've got Moulin Rouge stuck in my head. I don't know exactly why. My kids had that shit playing the other night. I don't know why it's stuck in my head. My wife was running around the house dancing with the kids with what's her name there? The girl that was the woman that was married to Tom Cruise. Come on, baby. Come on, vol control. Spy fighting back right now. Sellers trying to roll down IWM. Trying not to get rolled here, to get blooded. I don't want to get sent to the depths of hell over here. Whoop. Still have a bunch of puts on for Friday, but I got a bunch of cheap-ass calls in here trying to get it ripped to the upside. It's going to be a decisive moment here for the market. Q, same thing. Bulls trying to take their last stab to the upside. We don't want to see a series of new lows. Here's SPX here. Just watch this down here below. We have the high right here. Whoop. And if bulls fail to remain getting a new high, we know what that means, right? Send us to the depths of hell to close this bad boy down below here. So this will be a crucial moment for bulls. Crucial moment coming up here for bulls. Big fight going on right now. VIX 9-day trying to come back. Dixie getting blooded down to its hourly trigger. Dixie being sent packing. HYG, let's move this yellow over so you can see it better. Still looking for a roll down in HYG. No decision yet in US 10-year. GME still fighting for that upside move. SQQ holding on by a thread. BYND trying to squeeze. ASML getting rolled to the downside right now. We're going to get a bloodbath here if we don't hold this. Tesla being told no in its half-hour trigger currently. So just so you guys can see, if you guys zone out a little bit, hold on here. Bigger screen. 30-minute basis, just so you can see it. You've got the high right here. Whoop. They dropped it down on you this morning, right? And you have a failure right here. You see it? Failure. Not good, right? So what does that mean? If the market right now cannot get up there, right? What happens? They'll roll it down lower than this 515, right? They'll take out that 510 to the downside. So this is a crucial market moment right now. Crucial market moment. Crucial market moment for the bulls. If they don't win here, you're going to see a violent, you're going to see a roll down to where? Right here. You will see that break, and boom, we will trade that 510. All those puts will print. I don't know that that's today, though. Well, maybe, might be today. We're going to find out real quick if it is or if it isn't. Still no decision here.
Just to look at the latest London Fed GDP now estimate for Q2 24, so 4.2%, up from 3.3% previously.
Yep. So Fed GDP estimates, you were 3.2, now they're 4.2%. JPM already gave us a heads up on that. I posted that for you before. GDP is expected to explode in Q2, Q3. It's kind of it right here, right? Not too much left to say here. Bulls have to hold 516.31, 516.78, and they need to get a new high. If they don't, we will see 510 in short order by tomorrow. Maybe end of the day tomorrow. Bulls by the thread right now. Calls dirt cheap. It's coming from the Atlanta Fed GDP now. Q2, 4.2%. Previously expected 3.3%. My thoughts are the same. My thoughts are that the Bulls either get, and my thesis here is this: the Bulls need to get the new high, even if news is going to bring the market down to that 510. Sellers are trying to do it early right now, so they want to get it this week and not wait for that CPI news. What you do is get a low on the week this week of 510, and then a low on the week next week for CPI at 506. And that would be your actual dip buy for that big move up into June. Now, this is your last chance, right? If you're a bull and you want to see that high, for the bull thesis, you need that new high. Even if you have that pullback to 510, you still need that new high. So you want to pierce the veil above 520. I don't know if you're going to do that or not. So we're going to find out real quick. If you don't, if we lose this, I'd become quite bearish for the rest of the week, for tomorrow and into Friday, or at least the open or something on Friday. We're going to find out next few seconds. If you start to see us bleed down, this would be Qs and SPY, both the same. If you see us blood down here and reject this, make a new low, they're going to fucking rain hell down on you, or you'll lose 50 points. 50 points right here. And that'll be a big trade. A lot of money. We're going to watch it right now. I got some stinky calls. They're cheap. 8 cents, 15, 13 cents, somewhere in there. I think I bought 10 at 13, and then I just bought another 10 at 8.
Just so you're aware, a story from Reuters here, just quoting the China Central Bank. So China Central Bank said on Wednesday that it can either buy or sell treasury bonds in the secondary market, depending on market conditions, and such trades can be used to manage liquidity. Just an update there from the PBOC via Reuters. It does note in the article as well that the PBOC made this statement after Reuters were looking for comments on market talks that the bank had engaging demand for long-dated treasuries from some state banks.
Here, let me bring it on the SPX here. So you'd be looking for a trade just like this right here. Blood that down, close that gap. Back up here, then close that one, and then up in relief rally.
And just regarding some context regarding this story, so noting on April 23rd, a senior Chinese central bank official did suggest that the bank's buying and selling of treasury bonds in the secondary market could be used for liquidity management and as a monetary policy tool.
U.S. to sell 42 billion of 10-year notes, new issue at 1 p.m. We've got 1 hour for that to happen. We do have the bond auction at 1 p.m. 12:01, start of a new hour. Collins blabbing along. I expect demand will need to slow to get inflation. I told you that one. Recent inflation setbacks are not a surprise. Firms are well positioned to absorb faster wage growth. Wow, that was a shot across the bow to Wall Street. There are risks to cutting rates too soon. Collins also saying, I don't expect the productivity jump to be persistent. Monetary policy is moderately restrictive. I think I already told you that one. The economy is robust. The job market is coming into better balance. I don't agree with that statement. We have some of the lowest workforce participation rates in history, going back to the 1950s. Do any of you guys have kids or children at home, living at home? Any of you have children that have either moved back home or have not left that you anticipated would leave, either for school or work? Do any of you have family? I was going to ask you guys this the other day. I wanted to ask you guys this question, and they just mentioned it now. No, that's good. You're ready to move back in with your parents? Yeah. What's the reasoning? 2 siblings that had to? And penny stock trades? I always think that about Forex traders. Are they going to try to pin this shit for the fucking auction? Is that their big deal here? The treasury auction's going to come in hot and we're going to rain hell down on bulls. Is that the plan? Your 9-year-old won't move out? You had a very tight family? Yeah. My wife grew up in a very close family. Nobody left home. They stayed as long as they needed to. That generally was true in my family too. Generally, you could stay there as long as you wanted. Although they did actively try to get you out in my family, unlike my wife's. My wife's family was more, what would you say? Stay as long as you want. We love having you here. You can stay forever if you want to. Whatever you need to do. My mother and father were more like, you have to be productive if you're going to live in this house. Job, school, I don't care what it is. My wife's family was more like, you're having a bad day, you don't have to work. I like the way my wife's family did it more, though. Or I should say her dad, of all people, was pretty her dad was very, like, for being such a hard or coming off as such a hard ass, he really wasn't. Well, he was to his son. I have to rephrase. I'm not saying the truth to you right now. He was really nice to his daughters. He was like, yeah, you can do whatever you need to do whatever you need to do. You having a bad day? No problem. I love you. His son, he was like, get the fuck out and get a job. My dad was like that to me, but then he got softer on my brother. He was soft on my sister too. I'm asking that because the reason I'm asking you guys that is my oldest is 17 years old, and she is going into her senior year of high school. She's a young 17 too. She's definitely not an old 17. Or I don't know that she is an older 17. She's very how should I need to rephrase that statement too. It says she's not a very old 17. She's an old 17 in her I don't know. She's not a child. It doesn't act like a 15-year-old or a 13-year-old or anything like that. She's just not experienced. Like, she doesn't have a lot of work experience, like a job. She hasn't been exposed to a lot of
see crude oil export
rougher parts of life.
18.4 million barrels in June. That is up from the 16.5 million barrels in May. It said 18.4 million barrels in June, up from the 16.5 million barrels in May, according to the latest schedule.
She's going into her senior year, and I was talking with her last summer about taking a sailing trip with her friend, and I wanted her to take the sailing trip because it was kind of dangerous and as a life experience kind of a thing, and self-reliant, putting the things you've learned to use. Are they gonna try to fucking sell me out of this shit? Oh, fucking bears. I'm gonna get a fat print off this if we roll for this bond auction, but they're gonna try to pin this shit for the next hour. It's 12:09. The fucking bears want to pin the market for the next hour for the bond auction. So lame. And I just want to squeeze. I got some calls on too. Got some calls for today. Got puts for Friday. These fucking bears. I fucking hate bears. Even when I own puts, I fucking hate bears. I do. It's so stupid. It's so lame. And then you're like, oh, we got an A in the auction. Why are we going to the moon? Because we're still short right here. We need some volatility. So my daughter said no. She was like, I ain't going on that trip, Daddy. It's too dangerous. And it's true. I want to spend summer with you, Daddy. So yesterday we're coming into this. So the past 2 days I've been doing a bunch of shit for the for what we're doing, and then I also have some familial stuff I have to do. We had a big storm come through yesterday. Tornadoes came through where our summer home is. So we got some damage out there. Lost power, spotty power. I shouldn't say lost, spotty power yesterday. We would lose power and then gain power back yesterday in Detroit. And so we had a chance to talk yesterday about my daughter's summer. What she's going to do this summer. So I'm asking you what your kids are doing, right? Your kids moving back home or not? My daughter is 17. She's going into senior year. She doesn't work a real job. I mean, she does work for me, like Captain Jim and daughters, like Captain Jim and sons. And
Just a bit more from Exxon's Routledge, just noting that no integration team laying the groundwork for the Hess-Chevron merger deal has appeared at the Starbuck operations in Guyana. Also notes the currency error on the venture billing sent to Ghana Revenue Authority has been resolved and won't happen again.
I don't know what to do with her. I'm trying to think of what to do with her this summer. So I was talking to my wife, and I'm like, if they fucking drop this to the hourly trigger, I'm going to buy calls there, too. I don't give a fuck. Whatever you want to do here. I realize what you want. I realize what you're trying to do here. I'll buy them for 4 cents. We're going up there to fucking 5.19. You can get fucked. You're not getting your fucking doom and gloom yet today. Maybe you are. I realize what the setup is here. I get it. Just give me the Sunday scaries in the middle of the day for the fucking bond auction. They're buying them. Sorry. They're buying the bonds. Fuck you. That's what they're doing. So, I was talking to my wife yesterday, and I was looking at my oldest never did camp. We used to hike and bike so much that we've done less of it over the years as they've gotten older. We've had time constraints. We only do 2 or 3 trips a year now, but we used to do tons of it. So we used to spend most of my oldest daughter's childhood has been spent with a lot of outdoor stuff. Tons. No, I'm not thinking about the job. I'm thinking about sending her to like a summer camp for like 2 weeks. Like an outdoor, not like Outward Bound or anything, but like an outdoor adventure camp with leadership stuff. So I was like, well, it's in a controlled environment. There'll be other girls there, and she gets to do cool shit. Have her raise a couple goats. Was that Stacy who said that? Space camp? Well, I looked at the camp from University of Michigan had a STEM camp for like 2 weeks, I think. But that seems boring. I'm like, you should have fun, right? Get out and live a little. You're getting a fucking A in this bond. I'm going to tell you right now, you're getting an A. The bond auction should be an A. They're buying bonds hand over fist right now. If it doesn't come out as a fucking A, I'll be shocked. So I don't know what the fuck these guys are doing over here, what the fuck these guys are thinking, but they're out of their fucking skulls. So I could be wrong in this, but so my daughter, I haven't said anything to her yet. I haven't had the conversation with her, but talk to the wife first and see what the wife thinks. And then approach it with my daughter and be like, look, why don't you get out of here for 2 weeks this summer? Take your sister with you. Yeah, I know what he wants. I know what I want 510 too. I know what the setup is here. They're looking for a bad bond auction, run us down to 510. I get the setup. Jimmy, dude. Maybe she just enjoys her time with her family. Maybe she's not interested. We try to get rid of. Yes.
Some commentary from.
I want 2 weeks alone with my wife.
Says they're always looking at M&A, but right now the cheapest asset they can buy is their own shares.
I want to go on a vacation with my wife for 2 weeks. I want to run around the house naked.
And AirCap says they will not overpay for assets. And CEO says, I'm the most reluctant aircraft buyer in the world.
I want to walk outside in the backyard at like 6 a.m. with a cup of joe, have no pants and underwear on, and have my neighbor go, oh, the horror, and fucking wave at him. Yeah, fuck you. My kids are gone.
And issue out of Mexico, President Obrador says the national power grid has sufficient capacity after widespread power outages on Tuesday.
Yeah, fuck you and the Puritans. Eat my ass. Just a big old white tube sock on my just Just pantyhose tied up to the bottom of the base. Flopping around outside. Old used white pantyhose from my wife from like 20 years ago. All dirt stained.
More commentary here from Fed's Collins. She says very strong jobs market has bolstered consumer spending.
My neighbor is like, oh, fuck him. His kids are gone on vacation. What an asshole. Look at that asshole over here. He thinks he's fucking cool over there. Thinks he's a fucking teenager again.
And Collins, she expects that some
fucking braggart.
economic resilience will wane.
Is this some weird burner thing? Hell no. This is the kids leaving finally thing.
And she does reiterate the current monetary policy should slow the economy.
Yeah, exactly. Let me know when your kids are away so we can leave too. Oh, fuck. Remember why you married me, honey. I forgot all about that, honey. It's been 20 years. I need a bigger fence. If I have I guess I need a bigger fence. Exactly. Oh yeah, send to grandma's. That would be something to do. They're buying long duration bonds, bears. They're buying the 10s and the 30s. What's wrong with you? They're buying them, dudes. That setup doesn't work anymore. I tried telling you that, you know, listen to me. Not listening to me. So anyways, I want to get her out, right? So yesterday I find I'm looking at these summer camps, right? And a lot of them, they end at like age 14 or 16. Most of them do, but not all of them. And I found one that if you're 17 and going into 12th grade, they'll make you a counselor in training, a CIT. So what I could do is, like, my daughter wanted to get her lifeguard thing. So I could be like, hey, go get a lifeguard certification. Sign up for these 2 weeks. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Get this lifeguard certification.
Just talking
I'll sign you up.
Paramount deal and also the Sony deal. So the other thing to consider of the Apollo and Sony deal for Paramount is the general reluctance of allowing private equity to have an ownership stake in media assets by regulators, although less so if Trump is elected, of course, but it's still an issue. And it's just talking commentary there on the deal for FBN's Gasparino.
Send them to grandma's. That's like the meme video. Send them to Detroit. Send them to Detroit. So my kids, I'm like, what I think I could do is this, is like, be like, here you go. So now the youngest would have a fucking meltdown. There ain't no fucking way the youngest is going to camp, overnight camp. She'd be on the phone with me like day one. Ring, Daddy. Honey Bear, you okay? Daddy, when are you coming to pick me up? Honey Bear, I told you it was a week vacation. Daddy, I don't want to be here anymore. I said yes that I want to be here, and I know that you just spent a couple $1,000 for me to be here, and I don't care. Get me out of here right now. Come pick me up. That would be the phone call, guaranteed. The youngest is a homebody. The youngest is the homebody. So I would have to plan this where the oldest goes with her. So she's the one in charge, and then the youngest
And Feds Collins, she says it is too soon to tell just how restrictive policy is.
Dude, Collins needs to shut the fuck up. Is he still talking? Oh, God. Collins. What is this, like a 4-hour presentation? This guy's been talking for a fucking hour. Right, yeah, it starts like that, and then it becomes the best thing ever. So, like, have the oldest daughter there, and then the oldest daughter will be like, don't worry, I'm here to save you. 12:22. Bears won't stop right now. Ugh. Hedge funds. Hedge on the market right now. They want to rein this shit down to 5.10. I can't blame them. It's the normal setup. We've got an auction at 1 p.m. I'm assuming that's what this is all about here. Be covered. I've got some calls on for today. I've got 0 dates for today. I've got a bunch of puts for Friday in case we do get that doom and gloom. We do know that long duration bonds are being bought. What else do we know? I think that's it. Yeah, there's a hedge on right now. This is the bear hit and run time, right? Get yourself an auction at 11:30 or 1 p.m. and see what happens.
Uber CEO says the company is focused on Uber Eats and Instacart deal right now. Also, it says that Uber Eats could be embedded in entertainment and sports apps.
I'm going to take a quick break here. I don't see much happening. They're going to grind this fucker out. I'm going to take a quick break, take a quick, I got to empty the piss bottle out really quick. Here is the bond auction right here. These fucking assholes. So lame. Yawn. Well, I'll leave it right there for you. Give me like a 15-minute break, 5-10-minute break. We ain't going to do shit here until that auction. And I'll be right back with you guys. FBN's Gasparino posts on X. The other thing to consider with the Apollo Sony deal for Paramount is the general reluctance of allowing PE to have an ownership stake in the media assets of regulators, less so if Trump is elected, but it is still an issue. Hey, Mexican President AMLO says national power grid says fish capacity after widespread power outages on Tuesday. We were just talking about them. We've got 42 billion of 10-year notes, new issue at 1 p.m. So we'll be awaiting that. That's the doom that's set up for you right now. That's all I got for you right now. I'll be right back with you guys in just a few minutes. I'm going to do some exercising too. I'm going to do some jumping jacks, and I'm going to do some weightlifting really quick right now. Yeah, brownouts. If you have a chance, try to get up out of your chairs, do some exercise, and do some jumping jacks. Get the blood flowing, get your dumbbells out, and start lifting some weights here in this break. Be right back with you guys.
You know, some commentary from the AirCap CEO says they'll only buy planes if the price is right. Says they're not working for the shareholders of Airbus or Boeing. And do note Warner Brothers Discovery ticker WBD does possibly plan fresh cost cuts and a hike in the max price when they're for WBD. And just a bit more commentary from Fed's Collins, just noting that monetary policy and balance sheet policies are quite different. Just so you're aware, a story in Freight Waves does note that FedEx Freight, unit of FedEx Corp, did confirm on Tuesday that it's closing 7 service centers across the US this year. Just further here for ServiceNow, NOW says ServiceNow is showcasing generative AI service agents using NVIDIA AI enterprise software. Also notes that ServiceNow and IBM are collaborating to accelerate the impact of generative AI across the enterprise. And Fed's Collins just noting that markets have already priced in Fed balance sheet actions. Note for Apple AAPL. Do you know Apple's Duncan Kerr has probably informed the company he does plan to leave soon, and headlines pointing out Apple is now losing another top designer, continuing the post of Exodus. So again, just to summarise that, Apple's Duncan Kerr has informed the company is leaving, and does know that Apple is now losing another top designer. And just so you're aware, the IDF in Israel says it killed the commander of Hamas's naval force in a bombing of Gaza City yesterday, according to a Shark News.
Whole lot of put buying coming in right now. Oh, yeah, baby.
We have a tweet here from Axios' Barrett Ravid. Says that senior Israeli officials warned their US counterparts that the Biden administration's decision to pause a weapons shipment to Israel could jeopardize hostage negotiations, according to sources briefed on the issue, according to Axios' Barrett Ravid.
Put premium climbing right now. Call premium on the decline. Volume declining right now. Waiting for doom and gloom at 1 p.m. Hourly trigger held up just fine right now. Oh, they're stinky that the hourly trigger held up there. Are their butts hurt right now? You getting your butt hurts out there? Yeah, we're coming out of I think that I had Kaiser Soze. I asked Kaiser Soze to post some charts over the weekend for oil and gas because they are coming out of seasonality right now. So I wanted those charts done up. Uh-oh. They didn't like the hourly trigger? We got more of that.
Syria next up. Near top of the hour in 10 minutes' time. We'll look out for results of the 10-year T-note auction from the US. We're up to sell $42 billion of the 10-year notes. Just looking at the auction history, previously saw a high yield of 4.56%, for 6 auction average today of 4.276%. Last auction tailed by 3.1 basis points versus 6 auction average of a 0.9 basis point tail. Put to cover previously at 2.34 times versus the average 2.49. Dealers meanwhile took 24% versus the average of 16.9%. Directs took 14.2% versus 17% average today. And indirects took 61.8% for the last auction versus an average, a 6 auction average today of 66.1%.
Put buyers out in force right now. Put buyers out in force. Be careful. They're stinky. They see the same setup. Here's the market tide if you want to see it really quick. You can see an increase in put buying over here. Daily put premium cranking right now. Call premium getting burned to the dumpster right now. That's that 520 trade, right? It's already been hit yesterday. So those calls are getting torched. SPY on its way down right now as well. It's just right now not seeing an uptick in call buying just yet. Let's see who's right. Andy Constant's going to be on Fast Money tonight. Nice. Congratulations to him. What's going on in here? Why are there 2 ticks in here? I didn't put that line there. I don't know why that's there. Oh, I put that there because of that was my downside target. Sorry, I had a little tick. I had a little dotted line in here that I had looked at earlier, and it was like right here. I was looking to see on a 4-hour basis what the bottom was, where the buyers are. Get rid of this. Fed bids for 10-year notes total 5.3 billion. Yeah. Get me on CNBC, clean up my act. Clean up Captain's act. Stop cussing. Oh shit, my camera. Sorry, I thought my camera was on. I apologize for that. I thought my camera was on. Yeah, who's gonna do Jim Cramer? Is it gonna be I thought it was gonna be, someone said it was going to be the guy that's in the Jets now all the time. Meet Kevin. If he didn't win the governorship, they'd make him, or he declined an offer to be that guy. So I heard some rumor about that at some point. I heard a rumor out there about it. There's some other guy on there's a guy on Twitch that's always sweating. He like stands up at a desk and he's always like at the sweat bullets coming off, and he screams at the TV all day long. I don't know. I think I watched his show for like 15 minutes once. Someone said, "Oh, you got to watch this guy and see what he does." I watched him briefly. Yeah, I heard he declined the offer. I heard that there was an offer made to, I think, meet Kevin, and he declined, but I could be wrong. I don't know who Einstein of Wall Street is. There was some guy. Was it a April Fool's joke? I don't know. There's some guy on Twitch. He reminds me of Jim Cramer. He does like a stand-up desk. He's got kids. His hair's always disheveled, sweating bullets, screams at the camera. He's got like a million fucking things going on. Hits like every stock in the market. They're bought. So looks like there's nobody buying calls right now. Looks like there's an increase in put buying, which makes sense because there's a failure right here. The failure was right here. That's a bad failure. You needed to go up. So with that failure sets up 510. So just waiting for 1 p.m. We got 4 minutes left. See what the direction is going to be. We've got what else here? Looks like people are sitting on their hands at least. More put protection and then sitting on their hands on calls. What else do we have here? Yeah, 1 p.m. 10-note auction. Just waiting on that. Then we've got the Fed Cook speech. We get this whole week as Fed speakers. It's a no news week, so next week should be more news. Until then, this is a very slow. Well, I shouldn't say that. We've got claims tomorrow. If there was vol this week, it would be the 10-year note auction. We got a 30-year bond auction tomorrow. That's pretty fucking big.
Quartz. Just noting that Tesla quietly took down all of its open US job postings, scoring it to quartz.com.
Hold on here. Oh, never noticed that. Is that real? No, that's just plastic. I thought that Nalgene maybe had imprinted mountains on the inside of their cans here, their water bottles. Watch this. So you've got the general idea of
ending the production of the Chevrolet Malibu later this year after producing more than 10 million over the last 60 years.
You've got the general idea of the Fed speakers being out all week long as potentially adding volatility. We haven't seen that from Fed speakers yet. You've got the call wall at 520 that needs broken through. Just break through it a little bit more for that upside to take place. You've got the real volatility expected this week. You've got a 1 p.m. 10-year note auction that's coming up right now. You've got claims in the morning at 8:30. That would be the double whammy. So that would be your move down to 505. I think I said 405, but I mean 50. No, sorry, 510. Excuse me. So 510. You've also got a 30-year bond auction at 1 p.m. tomorrow, I guess. That could bring the market back, I guess, maybe at 1 p.m. if they're going to buy it. And then next week, the volatility on the 14th, 15th, if you're looking for that 505 trade, that last gap down below, that would be PPI and CPI on the 14th, 15th. Other than that, there isn't much expected. That's kind of it. This is kind of like the show for bears. If they had a show, this is it. Unless I haven't seen the Fed speakers, the little Fed presidents haven't said anything that I've heard that seems dangerous. Looks like confidence in the market. Now bulls, they want to get this up. 1 minute left. Let's watch this really quick. I'll shut up. One note here, though. Tesla quietly took down all of its U.S. job postings.
That's the when issued 4.473%.
Fucking Israelis are crazy. Senior U.S. officials warned U.S. counterparts that Biden administration's decision to pause weapons shipment to Israel could jeopardize hostage negotiations. You're out of your fucking skulls. 2 sources briefed on the issue told Axios. Get out of here.
High
Some
yield
real-
comes in at 4.483%, so it does tail by 1 basis point. Bid to cover 2.49 times. Primary dealers take 15.73%, directs take 18.74%, and indirects take 65.52%.
I missed that part. I didn't hear it.
Let's do go over that auction once again. So again, did see the US Treasury sell $42 billion of the 10-year notes at a high yield of 4.483%. Did tail by 1 basis point. It does compare to the 6 auction average of a 0.9 basis point tail, but also compares to the prior tail of 3.1 basis points at the last auction. Bid to cover 2.49 times is above the prior 2.34, but in line with the 6 auction average of 2.49. And the breakdown, primary dealers took 15.73% of the auction. So that's
B plus.
24%, a bit beneath the average of 16.9% as well. And directs they took 18.74%, above the prior of 42.
Yeah, C minus. He said C minus.
52%, above the prior 61.8, but a bit beneath the 66.1%.
C minus? Come on. What does he want, an A?
And, just to summarize that 10-year auction there, relatively average when comparing it to the 6 auction averages.
Yeah, it's average. He can get out of here. B. All right, I'll give him a B. I guess C. I guess he could say C if it's average. Yeah, I may be a little high there saying B plus. Average is C, right? Okay. I don't think it's as bad as or like C minus is really bad. I guess he's giving it a letter grade from elementary school. How about this? I disagree. If he wants to use like C as being average, then C it is. But in terms of market burn to the ground, it's a B plus. I'll give him B. I'll give it a B. That was a good auction. It's not great though. Maybe the expectations are that they would be great, so it's a C minus. So I'm gonna go with B. I'm a B plus, maybe not, but B. It's a B. Or maybe the thought process here is that the expectation would be an A. So if it's not an A, it's only a C plus, C minus. But that was a good auction. Yeah. Normally I'm in line with Andy. This one, maybe it's due to the expectation that it's a kick-ass auction. I could give him that. I understand that. Well, it's not bad. We've had bad auctions. If we had a bad auction, we would down the fucking. We'd be burning right now. But the expectation is that it would be high. Let me check something really quick. Just what I'm saying by that? Like, if the expectation is that it's going to be bad, it's not a bad grade, then the market wouldn't blood as much. Does that make any sense? I got higher highs. Yeah, Andy's just bared up. No, I can respect that idea that if your expectations are for a great auction, anything less than great is negative. Same thing would be if you're expecting a horrible auction and anything that's great is really bad for that thesis of more down. This seems like a non-event to me. I gotta fucking buy more calls here, you assholes. Meanwhile, fucking dealers are cleaning out. Fucking call. Fucking. Don't worry, I'm in more calls again. Mad more. Meanwhile, dealers are in the background sucking out all my fucking intrinsic value in these fucking zero dates, not paying attention to what I'm doing. Still waiting for the digestion in the market right now. Market's still not doing anything. And do this market tide shit again. See what market tide is saying. Call buying picking back up slightly, slight uptick in call buying right now. I'm adding to a position. A little bit of waning and put buying. Still no reaction from the market. I don't think the hourly trigger is going to give it up that fast. One date, current date. Oh, this is current date. Yeah, I'm on current date right now. General Motors announces it will end production of the Chevy Malibu this year. Later this year, I didn't even know that car was still in production. I thought that was like a 1980s car. Tesla quietly took down all its open U.S. job postings, according to Quartz. Senior Israeli official warned that U.S. counterparts that Biden administration's decision to pause a weapons shipment to Israel could jeopardize hostage negotiations. Two sources briefed on the issue told Axios' Ravid. I don't know if you don't have enough. I mean, this is where like this with shit like this. When I read shit like this, and there's kids protesting, I go, "What the fuck are they protesting?" The U.S. does not want this going on. Two magistrates from Colombia that's nothing. Israeli army said they killed a commander of the Hamas naval force in a bombing of Gaza City yesterday. I don't see a reaction on Tesla yet to that news. Should be good, right? If you remove all of your Tesla job postings, should mean higher profits. Unless there's something else behind it that we don't know. Maybe there's some other information that we don't know why they're pulling back all of their job postings. Maybe you could enlighten us in the chat on that one. Apple's Duncan Kerr has informed the company he plans to leave soon. ServiceNow, ticker is NOW, showcases generative AI service agents using NVDA AI enterprise software, is collaborating with IBM to accelerate impact of Gen AI across the enterprise. FedEx, FDX, we're going to look at that one next. FedEx. Matter of fact, we had a FedEx or UPS building that got crushed in a tornado in Michigan yesterday. So we've got a lot of FedEx news coming out, UPS type news. Binky's always asking about that stuff. FedEx trading down to its weekly trigger, been getting blooded. Whoopsie. FedEx 30-minute basis, getting hurt lockered down here, right? Trading all the way down to its weekly trigger at 256.46. It's got more downside to come. FedEx likes to make big giant swings. Its monthly trigger is at 234.15. It's getting close though. Keep an eye out for FedEx. Mute that right there really quick. FedEx currently trading 256.46. It makes really good swings. It's down here. I gotta keep my eyes out here closely. Why is this fucking market not done anything yet? I'm kind of concerned here. Why is this? What is this market waiting for? So FedEx 30-minute basis, not done going down yet. But keep an eye out on $230 on FedEx. Snap a line on FedEx for dip buy potential at $230. FedEx loves big squeezes. Let me see that one more time here. It's been a regular printer too. It's a gorgeous printer. Keep an eye out for FedEx. It's not quite there yet. But it loves monster swings, like monster swings. This is FedEx right here. I don't know if you're going to get that juicy buy. But 230, just leave that on. I guess you could also leave on 240. $230, $240 for FedEx. For a dip buy would be juicy. Comes down right there. Goes up, down, up, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe. Woof. Whoa. I guess I'm doing that wrong too, aren't I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right there. Market's not doing. I'm kind of scared right here. This looks like somebody doesn't give a fuck, doesn't it? I mean, look at Bookmap right here. Market is not doing anything right now. What the fuck is the market waiting for? It's like the last little bit holding the market up right here. Someone's got something we don't know about. It's an extended period of not a lot going on. I feel like my dick's hanging out in the wind right now, blowing in the wind. No, yeah. So like right now, Jill, there's a major setup here for bears.
Does accept $493 billion across 74 counterparties.
Oh, I forgot there's a 115. That's like, isn't that like a 16th month or something insane? I forgot about that one.
And that does compare to yesterday's $475 billion across 73 counterparties.
Isn't there like a 16 something, like 16-week auction or something crazy? Is that what they were waiting for? I don't assign it to the Fed speech. I don't think this is a Fed speech. Somebody knows something. I don't know what they know. Or they're just angry. They're like, we don't give a fuck. It's going down anyways. Fuck you. Market's still, I mean, look at the market right now. It's still a ghost town.
CFO says the company has started the early stages of its asset sales.
News we don't know about, maybe? Yeah, these bulls are like, here, let's look at it real quick. So basically, it's really pretty simple, right? It's not that hard to figure out. Fairly simple, right? Hold on here. Stop. Please stop. So bear thesis is kind of, the bear thesis right now is you got your high. Yay, you hit the call wall, right? Sellers sold us down below support. Bulls came back. They failed to get a new high. See it? They failed here to get a new high. So due to that failure right there, you're going to take a short position, right? It's what you should do, and expect to close this gap down below at minimum. At minimum for this week. That would be the expectation into Friday or Thursday, close of Thursday. Have a relief rally of some kind into Monday, and then they blast you down one more time for CPI, PPI. The real dip buy is down here. So there's a dip buy here and a dip buy right here. Right? Well, that's the thesis, right? So we came into this auction today, and that should be the precursor for tomorrow. Now, we also have some volatility coming out for... We also have some volatility coming out for tomorrow for the jobless claims. So you'll hear, like, if we go down here, you'll hear, like CNBC will say, traders wrapped it up for Wednesday. Traders brace for claims report at 8:30 in the morning. And what you do is you, regardless of what that claims report is, you sell the vol once you're there, right? You do the trade right now, you realize it, and then you get out by the time that report comes out. So that's what it looks like right now. I can't see anything else that would set this up other than tomorrow's report. So these sellers might be like, "Fuck you." See it right here? There's nothing going on here. So this is unusual. So my guess here is that they don't give a fuck. So if we begin to break down here underneath the hourly trigger, I'll close out my position and just stay long these puts for Friday on that expected vol into the CPI, or not CPI, but the claims report coming out tomorrow at 8:30. Otherwise, I don't know why else would be going down here. I can't explain it away any other way. Yeah, it's boring as fuck, isn't it? So we'll see what happens here. See what they say, what they're gonna do. This looks like they don't. This looks like one of those they don't care moments. This is what we're doing. We don't care what you want to happen. We're positioned for this, so fuck you. I could be wrong. I'm still long some calls here. I bought some more calls again. Up to like fucking up to 40 fucking calls now. So, we'll see what's up. And to that note, to this stuff down here, the stuff that I just showed you, just keep your eyes on, like, keep your eyes set for a size trade down here, a size trade down here. You know you want to be putting big size on for that. You know you want to be putting big size on for that. Or you're looking for what? You're looking for more development in gamma above. And you're looking for a new high above this 420 that holds, right? We get up here and begin to make some new highs, and you can do a size trade for all that stuff up there.
At the bottom of the hour in about 7 minutes' time. Don't have any commentary from Fed's Cook. Of course, she's a governor. She's a voter. Doesn't usually have a quite neutral position. Do note, however, she is set to speak on the Fed's semi-annual financial stability report. So not clear if we'll get too much directly related to monetary policy or the economic outlook.
Yeah, right there. I'm a little low on these. Right there, that one was a little high. Just don't be so sloppy. Whole trade is right there. Uh, 74 counterparties take 493.311 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation. Occidental Oxy CFO says it has started early stages of asset sales. New York Fed RRP op demand at US dollar 493 trillion. Previous 475 trillion across 74 counterparties. Previous was 73. Let me see this. What does that say? Analysis on the 10-year note auction. An average 10-year new issue auction from the Treasury, but perhaps a bit flat versus some of the bullish enthusiasm post Powell and NFP. So yeah, that we said that earlier, right? So maybe Andy's giving it a C- because of the bullish expectations. So he might normally give it a B or B+ if we didn't have bullish expectations. So we've got ready this, an average 10-year new issue auction from the Treasury, but perhaps a bit flat versus some of the bullish enthusiasm post Powell NFP. US dollar 42 billion were sold at 4.483%, more expensive than last month's 4.56%, but still closer to the highs of the year at 4.74% than the lows of the year at 3.82%. The auction tailed the when issued yield by 1 basis point, which is in line with the 6 auction average and much better than last month's 3.1 BP tail, but hardly indicative of exuberant demand, which is what you're looking for. If you're a bull, you are looking for, if you're like a stock market bull, you're looking for exuberant demand. Dealers left with 15.7%, much less than the prior 24%, and beneath the average 16.9%, with both directs and indirects seeing a step down and takedown from last month. The U.S. dollar, 25 billion, 30-year auction on Thursday remains the lax auction hurdle for a while, with no U.S. coupon auctions next week. So
from at 10 in the morning, amid notable agreement on some controversial points. According to Shark News citing official Egyptian media.
So that bond auction for the 30-year is at 1 p.m. on Thursday, following that claims data in the morning. That would be the catalyst, that 30-year bond and the jobless claims coming out tomorrow.
And Occidental Petroleum, OXY, says it is to increase primary production in the second half of the year while reducing rigs.
Check that again really quick.
And some commentary from the Russian Foreign Ministry says that any unfriendly actions from London will receive inevitable appropriate response.
And this looks like they don't give a fuck trade. They want their money. That's what it looks like to me. Looks like fuck you, we're going down. I'm gonna have to add more puts now, aren't I? Yeah, call buying falling off now. Put buying leveling. Looks like that I don't give a fuck trade. We're going down. It's tomorrow. Buckle up, bulls.
Further, Russian Foreign Ministry says Russia does consider UK's statement about Russian involvement in malicious actions in Britain irresponsible and unacceptable.
All auctions underwater. So Andy Constant wants that terrible 30-year auction tomorrow too, right? Hey, but dude, what were you in? Oh, dude.
Now, potentially we'll look at any commentary from
Cook. Go lie down.
Speaking on financial stability report.
Gross. No, dude.
And its initial commentary from Fed's Cook says, in the review of financial stability, households do remain resilient, but she is watching rising delinquency rates, notes that firms have ample earnings to cover debt payments, and says financial firms are well positioned to absorb shocks. Supervisors are working with firms that have seen fair value losses from high rates and those with large commercial real estate exposure. Says the overall risk from CRE is considered sizable but manageable, and notes the growth of private credit likely has not hurt the financial system's resilience. Sector appears well positioned to hold the riskiest corporate credit. Again, no comments there from economic outlook and monetary policy, just focusing on financial stability.
Just a warning to you out there, there's a lot of put buying on SPOOs right now. I should have did one dates. One date put buying is out of control right now. Just heads up on that. So put buying for tomorrow is ramping at the moment. For SPY tomorrow, whole ton of put buying for tomorrow. That's what I think. The same thing. Wow, you get the squeeze on that. And they're ramping the put buying for tomorrow. Everybody's buying one dates for Thursday. Here, I'll show you guys something here.
There's a lot of interest in asset sales. Come to there from the CEO.
Show you guys something cool. Let's see. I make this bigger. Make it bigger. Yeah, that'll work. Can I collapse that over there? I don't know if I can. So if you are a member, we have premium bots inside of our Discord. And this is the Unusual Whales premium bot. You can use it for all kinds of different stuff. Now this is market tide command. Press return. OTM only. Or by sector, 2 options. I'm not going to do either of those. I'm just going to click market tide. This is the current day right now. And you can see calls were fine just a little bit ago, right? Calls were coming back, but now they're falling off. Puts are increasing ever so slightly. But then what I did was I looked at, I did an extra day. What's going on here? Do the extra day. Why has it not let me do that? This is for tomorrow. Wait a minute. Current day. On here. Yeah, this is for one dates for tomorrow. Oh, no, I went the wrong way. Hold on, wrong way. Come on. Do tomorrow. Now it's not doing it. Anyways, I did it for the next day. I don't know why it's not allowing me to do it right now. I'm having problems with it. But you can do one more day in advance. And can I do any more? Can't do any more. And you can see puts going up right now relative to call buying. So anyways, I don't know why I'm having. It's not. See, it's doing it now. Now it just did it. It's acting wonky on me right now. But anyway, now it's not just flipping. Now it's just like flipping around. It's getting all fucked up. All right, show it. Anyways, it's bouncing around. It's broken. It's just bouncing around now. It just keeps doing its thing. Maybe it's because I increased the page size. I don't know. I'm going to reset here. It's broken. Now the bot's just flashing back and forth from Tuesday to Wednesday to Tuesday to Wednesday. Probably have to delete this thing. Just going to delete it. It's broken. The dick wagon's broken. This one's now flashing too. IWM still holding on. Q still holding on. Bulls last chance here into the close. SPX or XLK holding on by a thread. HYG forewarning of more downside to come, so be careful of that. HYG below its hourly trigger. Looking like any squeeze above will be sold to the downside on SPY. Yields heading higher right now. GME doesn't care. It's going higher. SQ looking for a roll to the downside. BND showing weakness right now. ASML showing its weakness right now. Snow showing its weakness, so be very careful out there if you're a bull. High probability of getting rolled to the downside. MS just kind of parked right now. Spooce. Why do we have SPY up? We don't need SPY. I already got that up. FedEx heading lower right now on that news of closing more factories or more distribution points, I should say. You live in a nice neighborhood, but, man, we're starting to see some violent crimes creeping in and more no judgment. Guys on the side of the road with the sign, hungry, please, help, jobless claims. Be careful here. They're going to try to roll us down pretty heavily here, so be very careful if you're a bull. Not the place to be buying calls. Tony the Trigger's helping right now. He's doing a quick. Tony the Trigger, if you're in there, good job. I can see you working in that. Tony the Trigger's trying to figure it all out right now. Looks like he's in there fucking around finally. Some of you guys are smart watching, using those tools. Those tools are badass. That alone is worth the $30 a month. The Trady Ticks and the Unusual Whales premium bots. Those things are badass. Super badass. Yeah, Tony the Trigger. 98 Hondas in there. It's the same suspects in there all the time. Same guys in there using it all day long. They know exactly what's up. Yeah, you're joining the one-day put train. I got Friday puts for tomorrow. I'm not adding any more. I'm just going to stay on that train. I got some 0 dates for today for a squeeze up into the bell. But I think those might burn. I put in a cell. I put in a sell in the bottom end of it. But then I'm looking at it right now and I'm like, why bother? Because it's at 2 cents. I'm like, there's no fucking point. I might as well just let them burn. So there's no real point in me saving 2 fucking pennies and then ripping the close. Maybe just leave them on. Yeah, Tony the Trigger only bulls. They don't care here. They're saying shut it down. We got volatility coming tomorrow. We got a lot of time left though. It's still only 1:39 in the afternoon. Day's not over yet. Give us one more squeeze into this close. They said we're not going up there, but I don't believe them. They say we're not going up here to PT1. They say, fuck you. Best you're going to get is the pivot point. There's 4 p.m. I wanted to look at Reddit, too. Beyond, we're going to look at Reddit. Our DDT, they had a good report. I was kind of shocked that Reddit. We got a daily trigger now on Reddit. That's good to see. I was kind of shocked that Reddit is basing their
Expect Gulf of Mexico operating costs to recover in Q3.
Reddit gave back their entire trip up. I'm interested in Reddit. I was a little surprised at Reddit and what they want their metrics based on. Did you guys see the Reddit details on their report? What did you think of their metrics that they're using for up or down? So they're saying basically they're saying we want you to base us on what? Their user base, and then their dollar per user. Was there something else? Was it dollar per user and user base? Would be the metrics that would be used for good or bad earnings. Is that right or no? $98 Hana just looked at OTM SPY calls puts ratio. Puts on the ramp and puts calls on the decline right now. A lot of OTM put buyers right now. What did you think about their metrics that they are using, Mr. Talking Monkey? It's better for users than a business model. I have a mixed feelings on all of this with Reddit. I feel like Reddit is, you still need to dig in. I would take a look at them because, it's hard to explain. Reddit's an enigma for me. It's an enigma for me. They did one thing right. I think that they did one thing right. They do a really good job still on smaller subreddits. They do a really good job still. I can't say that they don't. Like, if you go to like the Detroit subreddit or the Boston subreddit or wherever it is you live, not always, but generally, smaller subreddits are still really good. If you have like I don't know, if you like ham radios or if you like mountain bikes or skiing or whatever small time thing that you like, it's usually pretty good. There's some creep in there, but a lot of that shit gets shut down. Like, I'll give you an example. So recently I was in the Detroit subreddit and someone came in and tried to regurgitate the garbage about, not garbage, I shouldn't say it's garbage because it's legit, but they tried to regurgitate a bunch of Reddit speak. The post in the Detroit subreddit was housing costs are too high, and the Reddit, the Reddit garbage, pure garbage. It's not relevant to Detroit. It's relevant as a whole for the country, but not for Detroit. Detroit's like cheap housing. You can buy a cheap house here. You can rent a cheap house here. Unlike a lot of other places in the country. Tangent really quick. So I was looking at rental homes across the country 2 days ago, and I was doing a comparison of 3-bedroom, 2-bath homes. So this is really cool. You guys should do this. So I was doing a comparison of, so what I started with was this. I went to Zillow. Oh yeah, squeeze all those fucking bears out. Oh, my calls are coming back to life now. So what I did was I did a comparison. I did Michigan, the state, right? I did Michigan, the state. I put in a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home for rent. That's what I own, a bunch of 3-bedroom, 2-baths. It's like a sweet spot. 3,000 or three bedroom, 2-bath house for rent. I started with Michigan, and then I removed the boundary, and I scrolled. I grabbed the map, and I scrolled from state to state, region to region, and I looked all over the United States. Like, what is the stock that's available? And I put a price. I put a price thing on it. I put the top end was $4,000, and I said, okay, $4,000 is the max money, $4,000. I'm looking for like this $4,000 to $1,000 range, basically. $1,000 would be the low end. If you were to live somewhere in the United States and you had a wife and kid or two, you'd be looking for a 3-bedroom, right? I got one kid on the way. I'm a worker. I work as a mechanic. I need a rental, and I can't afford the inflation that's out there. I can't buy a house. So what's available to me? So I start looking around the U.S., and it was kind of wild to see. Anyways, this is a tangent. I'll get back to that Reddit thing in a minute. Because one place I looked that was shocking to me was Minneapolis. Was it Minneapolis? Yeah, Minneapolis, I think. Minneapolis had really nice homes, like Pimp. Rochester, is it Rochester, Wisconsin? Maybe. I don't think this is Minnesota. Maybe it was Wisconsin. It was Wisconsin or Minnesota had really nice. It was either Wisconsin or Minnesota had really nice properties. Then I looked at other places. Like I looked at where's the one place that I looked? Oregon. Fucking people in Oregon are like, I built a house and I haven't renovated it since the 1970s, and yes, I'm going to ask you $4,000 for it. And I was like, fuck. Then I went to Seattle. Seattle had really nice beachfront homes on the Puget Puget Sound for like $4,000, $3,000, $4,000, but you got a really nice, for what you get for the dollar. It was really nice. Anyways, back to that whole Reddit thing. Someone came into the subreddit and was bitching about the housing costs, buying and renting, and they got kicked out of the sub. They were like, fuck you, vote down to 0, get out of here. And that's a good thing about Reddit, is my point, is it's city-specific, regional-specific, and that might hold water in, let's say, an LA subreddit or a Seattle proper subreddit or whatever, but it's not going to hold water in another small subreddit. So I think Reddit does a really good job there, still to this day. But their larger subreddits are a fucking disaster. Now, they might have escaped. Here's my point, where I'm leading to is the Reddit going public thing. The idea that Reddit doesn't make a good public company, I think would have held true had they not had such a robust, smaller subreddit community. And I think that's what saves them. There are a lot of other platforms like Reddit from the past that failed. Yeah, right on, Nuck and Futz. I would say there was a time when Reddit would be exposed to dangers from going public. When those larger subreddits were less astroturfed. But what they did was they went into those subreddits, right? And they were like, we're just going to replace you and make these large subreddits do what we want them to do, to become a public company. And that's what they did. They went into the large subreddits and they took over. And they just said, fuck you, you're either with us or we're going to get rid of you while we go public. So they seized all these large subreddits, basically, and now you get you get a really bizarre experience. You can't trust anything from the large subreddits in Reddit. You can't trust anything from our movies. You can't trust anything from our news, world news, any of those things. Any of those big subreddits that are across the top, if you're not signed in, you can't trust them. The whole thing is just astroturf, bots. It's posts that are pumped. It's mods that are paid. The whole fucking thing is there. So that'll live on due to that. And Reddit will stay strong by those small subreddits. There'll still be user base there. And new user base too. If you look at any of the small subreddits, they have grown consistently over the years, even with the threat of going public. So I think they might have escaped that danger of being a public company and then fucking going to zero. That doesn't mean Reddit doesn't get shorted to zero either. The stock ticker should be sold down to fucking zero. Or not zero, but like $4 or something. But Reddit as a public company, I think, may have escaped some of that. Now they have a lot of work to do. Their interface sucks. New Reddit is a shit show. It's dog shit. Old Reddit is the only way to. Well, there were a couple other. I have a 3-trigger cluster here for an upside move forming to the upside. We'll see if this works out for bulls. My question though becomes, here leads into, if we're basing Reddit growth on these specific models, like, hey, Reddit, we're going to base on user growth and dollar per user. I think it was $3. Don't quote me on that, but I think it was like roughly, Reddit makes $3 per user right now. And they're going to base it on user growth and that $3. So in the short term, you'd want more advertising, right? You'd want more users and more user growth, and I would assume they're going to have steady user growth over time, like just slow and steady. And then for the advertising is where it's probably at for them in the short to medium term. You'd want heavy advertising, and you'd really want to bring people away from the old Reddit and into the new Reddit, where they can fucking advertise their asses off to you. So I would predict that old Reddit's going to go away, and then also they're going to force you into their app at some point that forces ads on you heavily for that experience. That's my assumption would be. But the bigger question would be looking at Facebook. Facebook, if you really want that explosive growth from a company like a social media company or an empire like Facebook, what did they do? They got young kids, right? Then they got those young kids grew up. Then they got teenagers. Then they got the adults. One cycle of that is what they got. And then they started to expand. And then they had Facebook for adults, right? And they're like, okay, we're going to make Instagram, Facebook for adults. That left behind the boomers on Facebook, right? And we're going to do Snap for the kids. So now we got the boomers on Facebook. We got the fucking kids on Snap, and we got the adults on Instagram. Fucking sick. And you guys all eat it up, right? You guys are all on fucking Insta. You're all on fucking Snap as kids, pointing fucking fingers at the boomers on Facebook. And then you age out of Instagram and you're like, oh, I'm going to go back and look up my high school friends on Facebook and reconnect. I'm in my 50s and 60s now. I'm going to become a Republican. I'm going to get cranky and old and yell at people. But Facebook's doing it right, aren't they? Like them or hate them, that's what they did. That's facts. And now they're trying to look way far ahead, and they want to create their own fucking their own reality universe, right? VR, virtual reality universe, and for their future, right? That's their plan. Whether that works or doesn't work, or if virtual reality ever works or doesn't work, I don't know. Join me on the cranky side, Cap. Water's fine. Swimming in there. 15, 60-year-olds are pounding their fists. 39-year-olds are like, I don't want to go back to Facebook, bro. It's not so bad. My friends are there from high school, man. Truthfully, here's a good story. A buddy of mine on the phone yesterday, he was like, I went on a trip with my high school class. Recently, I hadn't seen him. He's like, I hadn't seen him in years. It's like, I haven't seen him in like 30 fucking years. He goes, I met up with my high school buddies and we went to a show. He's like, it was awesome. He was like, it was just like I was a kid again, not a worry in the world. He's like, I had a great time. See, like, transition into that diapers and boomers. There you go. Keep on squeezing, baby. Keep on squeezing. Keep on squeezing. Don't stop now. Keep on squeezing. Give the bulls some hope now. You need a new high, bulls. It ain't going to cut it. You need PT1. You need all the way up there by the clothes. Even if they're going to roll you down, you need to keep on squeezing. The here, there. I don't know if we're going to get that extension, but we'll try. I'm being a little generous here. It's some fucked up looking lines, aren't they? Here we go. Closer to there. Closer to right there. Closer to right there. Slide that bad boy over right there. That will be back over there. Still a little sloppy looking. Bunch of fucking put buyers. Don't worry, they did this shit to me on Tuesday. Monday about puts at 4 p.m. Tuesday, they tried to squeeze my ass out. Middle of the morning, they're going to try to squeeze you out for your fucking put show tomorrow. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly 45 forever. Like, you think we're going down tomorrow? I gotta counter that trade right now. Hold on. I gotta get neutral on all your bearishness right now. 3 trigger bull cluster on an hourly trigger. 4 trigger bull cluster right now. So we have. I want more than that. 5 cents isn't enough. 5 cents isn't enough. I need like 10 cents, 20 cents, any of those numbers. No, I'm not taking the, no, I'm not taking the L. I want higher. So the Reddit is, I guess, would be my question to you about Reddit and Facebook would be, you can live off your laurels with growth to some extent, like natural organic growth. You can probably get away until people really revolt with some increase in ad revs. But what do you think is the next step for Reddit? Do you think there's a next step for Reddit? What would you think it would be? Because there will be a demand. There will be a demand at some point from Wall Street for not just ad growth or user growth. They're going to be wanting more. Like, what do you got cooking in the pan over there? Yeah, it's not good enough for me. I need more uppies. Whoop. Put me in the money, baby. Put me in the money. So I guess that's my question to you. What would be Reddit's plan if you're listening to me right now, right, and you're listening to me talk about Reddit? What would be the plan for Reddit outside of revs and user growth? I don't know what it is. How do you become a juggernaut in the social media world? The only thing I could think of would be, hey, I got to take a phone call really quick. Let me, hold on one second here. I might have to take a phone call. Hold on. Hang tight here. Nope. Hang tight here. Is that my accountant, maybe? No. But that was my accountant. Sorry, I thought my accountant was calling me. Hold on. Oh, fuck you. Don't fucking turn it back. Just squeeze it. Just go straight up. Don't pull the pullback. Don't do it. I fucking hate dealers. I fucking hate dealers. Brand says licensing partnerships will play a part. Not sure what that means exactly.
And just seeing some more comments here from Fed's Cook, who's of course a voter. Does know Treasury market liquidity levels somewhat low recently, and the Treasury market has still functioned well.
Yeah, I guess that wasn't a C minus, was it? That was a B, wasn't it? Could see it becoming a key site for individually named owned subreddits. I wonder if they would do something similar to what X wants to do, where you can like trade stonks on it and do your banking on it. I don't know if people would accept it though. Yeah, like our Nike. Yeah, that would be cool. I see what you're saying. That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that one, Mr. Talking Monkey. Like you're talking about like the ad dollars for Twitter. If you're gonna own our, I think I've heard that. I think I've actually heard that. You're jogging a memory in me right now, Mr. Talking Monkey. So if Nike is gonna own our Nike, you'd be paying for that, right? That right to own it. Yeah. Smells more like a bee. Exactly. Yeah, Mr. Talking Monkey. I think I did hear a discussion about that somewhere, read a discussion about that. I think I'm going to switch from News Squawk to Trade the News this month. John Haggerty. I think I'm going to switch to to trade the news. Yeah, I think I'm gonna switch. So I signed up for Trade the News, and then I canceled it. I went with News Squawk, but I think I'm gonna switch back over to him. Yeah, the eminent donate stuff. That guy had a better voice, didn't he, John? Metamorph, I missed whatever you said. I'm like jumping back and my eyes are like darting back and forth from the chat to money here. I Metamorph AI. I missed what you'd said. I apologize. Oh yeah, dude. Do you remember that shit, bro? Do you remember that shit? Trade the News doesn't fuck around. Trade the News is fucking crazy. Trade the News is in my from right now that I've tried them all. I think at this point, Trade the News is probably the fastest of all of them. If I had to rate like speed of news, I think it's Trade the News, dude. 100%. Yeah. Yeah, I think we got to go back to that service. I have a meeting with a bookkeeper about things we're paying for this month, and I'm going to tell her to make that switch. And then we're gonna switch to Trade the News. I think I'm gonna switch over. I think we have another. I think we might have another week. Let me check and see what we got left here with News Squawk. Let me take a look. Yeah, I'm gonna cancel and switch over. I'm with you, Metamorph. Definitely, I'm with you. Yeah, head start. They gave more than one head start there, though. They've given us way more than one head start too, right? There's been some major news breaking, but they're always first. Like, no, they're fucking first by 5 minutes, 3 minutes, and that's a ton of time, right? And they give you their bias too. They're like, hey, we got some really bad shit coming here. A ton of time. Yeah, in markets, that's a ton of time. I'm gonna switch over. I already I tell her, I said that we have a meeting coming up for. I had a meeting yesterday where I was like, okay, we got to go through this month and see what we're getting rid of, what we're adding, and all that kind of stuff. And they're on the chopping block. News Squawk is on the chopping block. There's another, I think CNBC Pro is on the chopping block too. It hasn't really helped as much as I thought it would. Then they're asking now for, they got another program going on. Trading 517.20 right now. I want to see us get up above this right here. This last little bit up here, I can't guarantee. But this 517.40, 517.30 seems likely. I might try to get out somewhere in here. Give me one quick second here. Sorry about that. They failed that top tick right there. This tick right here, I'm watching closely. See that? It's a little tick right here. 517.25. I want to see us get above that. Let's see if these sellers are real right here. Come on, don't do me like that. These sellers right here. Don't fucking roll me down. Get above them. There you go. There you go. Squeeze through them. Get up there, motherfucker. Oh, yeah. Squeeze up. Get above that fucking. Get above that line right there. Get above it. Keep on going. Oh, pissing him off now. There you go. Go right there. That fucking line. Get above there. Push him out. Fucking run him over. Fucking run him over, baby. Run him over. 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 Dude. Pay my fucking calls. Dude, these guys are fucking pricks. Oh, I fucking hate dealers. Fuck you, dealers, all night long. Fuck your order flow. Fuck you and selling your fucking order flow. You fucking cock fuck. Oh, I'm gonna scream now. I'm gonna scream. I'm angry. They're fucking like, here's the seatbelt, buddy. Bunch of fucking horse shit. That whole fucking squeeze right there. That's what you're telling me. That whole fucking squeeze. You're still only paying 5 fucking cents. You fucking cock fucks. You fucking douchebags. I bet at Schwab they're paying 7 or 8 cents right now. Kid you not. Oh no, they're just trying to zero this shit out. They want me in deeper in the money. I'm not willing to do it. No, I'm in 519s. Yeah, I'm pissy at Tasty too. Keep on squeezing. You broke through. Squeeze. Go ahead, squeeze them out. You broke through. They're all howling. I know they're all howling now. They don't want to break through. I get it. All eyes on right now. What? Tuesday, May 7th, up here. All eyes right there. That's really what you need right there. You only need that. You only need 517.88. You don't even need R1. You just need 517.88, I think. I missed that wrong. I got that right. That's all you need. We ain't playing no stinking bull music yet. 518s were okay from down below. They weren't great, but they were okay. Dealers are being really fucking cheap right now. Can tell we're consolidating. I'm watching to see if they reject this here. Bulls want this new high to go higher. No new high up here. Bulls can't go higher. Fed's Cook says Treasury market liquidity levels have been somewhat low recently. Says Treasury market has still functioned well, angering bond traders. People are out there. I saw some people out there. They were like, we've only had 3 instances of duration this long in modern history. First time was World War II. Second time was the Great Depression. Last time was the Great Financial Crisis of 2008. Another guy was out there. He was like, the last time we've had duration this long was the Civil War. Kid you not, that's true. Civil War. I was like, okay, and go on. Go on. They all ended in death and destruction. I was like, go on. When, though? When does it end in death and destruction? Been running that tune since like 2020 fucking 2. There one guy, I posted one guy's shit. One guy with 1 million followers. Got 1 million fucking followers. And he's like, the world's greatest depression of all time is coming. Market's going to lose 50% of its value. The biggest recession you've ever seen. I'm like, number one, recessions do not equate market go down. Oh, look at them. They're fucking pricks. I'm like, number one, recessions don't mean that the market goes down. Market actually can grind higher in a recession. So that doesn't mean shit. But he's like, market's going to lose 50% of its value. I'm like, okay, I get you. I'm with you. When does that start? And he's like, guy's like, I'm not going to tell you when. I got 1 million followers. I just post, I just make doom posts. What do I think of Wolf? I don't know anything about Wolf. What am I supposed to know about Wolf? I know. I know. Did 0% interest rates proceed? Did we have modern monetary theory? I realized that we're going to have a 50% drop. And I realize that discussion is going to get louder as we get into 2026 and 2020 or 2025 and 2026. They're going to be out. They're going to be like first one out. I got to make the post, bro. I got to be the first one out. I got to be the first one out the gate. I'll be right eventually, so might as well do it now. I think that's the thought process. I think the thesis here is that everybody knows that the housing cycle ends in 25, 26. So they're like, I got to say it now, so I'm the first person that said it. And I'll just keep hammering it so you remember my name. And then when it finally happens, you're going to be like, oh, dude, that guy's been saying it since last year, bro. That guy's been saying it since last year. He's the new Mike Burry. I'd rather know the guy that's like, we're going to do 50% from here, and that's it. Boom, we're on and running. Trying to tell you no right now. Trying to reject you on the PP. These fucking assholes. All right. I'm going to take my L, I think, here soon. They offered me 3 cents. No, they offered me 5, I think, at the high. 5 and 6. They offered me 5 cents. These guys are pricks, dude. They don't want to pay. I'm not going to get chewed up this week. I fucking refuse. I just won't play. I'm not buying fucking calls for $1. Fucking two fucking. I'm not buying fucking 2 strike in the money calls with you. No fucking way. I fucking refuse. Get fucked. Nope. Not playing it. You got to get out as soon as possible. We're returning to normalization. Well, there's likely a major market crash coming. Major one. That's true. You're going to get washed the fuck out. They're going to wash you out in 2025 or 2026, one of those 2 years. I don't know which it is. I don't know if it gets front run or not, or if it's an explosive move higher before you get that roll. It's likely higher, likely like 6,000 or higher. But I'm going to warn you. I've warned you. I've been warning you since November. So I'm going to warn you again. I'm going to warn you every month until we get there. But I don't like hearing it because the cacophony is going to get louder as we get closer. It's going to get so like the doom is going to be unbearable. It's going to be unbearable. And you're going to have moments. You're going to have moments in that run where you're going to believe it. That's the other problem. The problem with it is time and market. And a lot of you don't have time and market, so you don't know it when it's happening. You're going to think you're going to, you'll go through this cycle and you'll say, now I get it. You'll be like, oh, I get it now, Cap. I'm an old man now. Went through a long-term debt cycle. Went through my own 2008. Now I understand it. This is the kind of thing where you'll go down like 20, 30%, then up 40, 50, 60% kind of shit. And you'll get your ass blown out along the way. An old guy described it to me. He said, you just buy every major dip and you hold like a motherfucker. You don't listen to anybody. That's how he described it. He was like, every major fucking burn, every like 20, 30% drawdown, you just buy it. And you just keep adding and adding and adding and adding. And then you're going to be at like 6,000 or something insane. And you sell. Yeah, you buy it really hard. It's not for the faint of heart either. As a matter of fact, someone that's been through it, someone else that has been through it is Binky. If you ever want to hear a story like that from a person that's actually been in the market, ask Binky to call you on the phone. If he's ever willing to take your phone call, he can describe that stuff to you. Because it's fucking wild. And then the craziest part of it is that while that stuff's going on, even the end, you don't know who's going to get washed out. Like Binky was telling me one time about all of his holdings. And he's like, well, I held AOL and Yahoo and like, then I've got Apple and Amazon. You think that this company is going to make it? The idea here is that, like, will this company make it or not? Will this company, like when you're at the top of that shit, right? So there's an 18-year housing. Let me show you guys this stuff really quick. Hold on here. I wish I could bring up for you right now something else. So I'm in a bunch of real estate groups, like private ones, with guys that own a lot of properties. They own these days they own fucking hundreds. They own like hundreds, like 100, 200, 300. I never did that. I didn't want to do that. I was never a real estate guy, like the look and acting and feeling of it. I was never that guy. I don't like the it's very much like being a crypto bro. Being a real estate guy is so similar to being a crypto bro. It's not even funny. I'm still long. But like real estate, I was like, yeah, a couple properties, I'm good. 2-3 properties. I did a lot of flips though. Like crypto, like real estate bros do, but a lot of my friends switched to buy and hold, and I never did. I was like, they're just like, then mortgage, then buy more, blah, 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 blah. But all those groups say the same thing too. All these groups, every one of these groups, every single person in every one of these groups agrees They're all priming. They're all fucking going cash. I gotta tell you guys, I should tell you guys more of this. I should just start clipping this shit and showing it to you. Matter of fact, I'll do it. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna write this down. I have a private group them in. I'm gonna white out all their names and stuff. These guys don't want to be known. Real estate bros. What I'll do is I'm not going to make it public. I'm going to put it in the Discord. So I belong to a real estate group that at one time was a very small group of people. It was like maybe 10 or 20 people. Over the years, it's grown. I've been a member there for at least a decade. Since that time, it's grown hundreds of people now. And it's a very serious group of people. And a lot of these guys have, the majority of them have become real estate moguls in a sense. They own hundreds of properties. They own buildings with apartments in them. They own housing, whole neighborhoods in cities across the country. And every single one of these guys, every fucking one of them, and I mean all of them, are every single one of them. Dude, every single fucking last one of these guys are all going cash. They're all hemming up all their debt. They're stacking cash right now, and I mean fucking stacking it. And these guys know what they're doing. And these guys aren't fucking around with a Wendy's paycheck. These guys mean business. These guys were born out of the 2008 housing crash, where the federal government told them, fuck you, no, you need hard cash. And they did it. They fucking did it. Anyone that's out there saying like all these real estate bros are going to get rolled, no, they aren't. These guys are right now, or at least they're saying right now, that they're hoarding cash. Like straight up hoarding cash and stockpiling cash. So the reason that they're doing that, now this one's from England, but there are other ones. This one's always one that always pops up first. ABC Dad. But it's a good one to look at. So we're going to look at it really quick, just for a second. So this is, make this smaller so you guys can see what's up. Yeah, maybe a little bit smaller. So if you can see this at home here, right? They're trying to time the market. And this is the 2000s, Now, this is the UK, but it doesn't matter. It's the same fucking market. Let me see if I can move this over here. No. So they're trying to time housing markets here, right? And this one here ends in Q4 of 2025 in here. You get this like mid-cycle bullshit, this explosive phase to the winter's curse. And the winter's curse here is Q4 2025. And the winter's curse is right here. This is 2007, 2008. And so what they're saying is that we're going to get a ramp in 2024. We'll come into 2025 and we'll begin to roll the housing market down in 2025. So we're kind of like right here. Matter of fact, here is Q2 and Q4 2006. Right here. And they're saying that we've got this one last push up. So we had another one in a mid-cycle wobble. This is back in 2000, 2001. There was still a pullback. There was still a pullback in that time period in the housing market, a little bit of down, but these guys want to buy that dip is my point. These guys are looking for that big roll so that they can buy more property. All these guys are waiting for this right now. 2025, that's Q4. So if you're going to start thinking about the important thing to think about here is we live in the age of the internet today, and we don't live in the early 2000s. We just started. The Yahoo message boards started with communicating what market happenings for retailers, for you guys out there in the stock market. But right now, right now, this is like the golden era of retail traders before everything becomes computerized. This is like the golden era for a retailer, if there ever was one, where you have shit at your fingertips that you've never had before. You just like click a button and you know what the gamma is on any ticker you want out there, right? You can click a button and see if they're buying calls or selling puts immediately. Never been anything like that. The rise of social media means that you guys are getting information faster than ever before. You ever heard of Twitter fall? It's no longer, it's defunct now. Elon shut it down, but you could see real-time data that would show you real-time sentiments from the entire market. It was fucking crazy. I used to show it on the show when I first had the show on. People would be like, what is that? I'm like, it's real-time sentiment. You could literally see like spy calls coming through or spy puts coming through. Negativity. You could look for any word you wanted, and it would give you real-time sentiment. So anyway, my point here, though, is that if this is Q4 of 2025, you would expect in this day and age that there'll be some front running of that. There'll be an attempt to front run that in the beginning of 2025. So somewhere between like January of 2025 into the start of 2026, you're going to get in a real attempt to front run this crash. You're going to get sentiment out there that's going to get fucking batshit crazy. Batshit crazy is my point that I'm trying to say to you here. So I just showed you that stuff, right? And I'm going to show you guys in the Discord how these guys are talking. You're going to get people out there that are going to fucking straight up push that narrative down your throat. And so you're going to get a volatile market in response to that as we grow closer and closer and closer to that time period. People with money, people with like serious money. Right? I'm talking about fuck you money. So that fuck you money is gonna get you think like if you think drunken master got angry yesterday, that ain't nothing. That guy's gonna fucking snap as we get closer. He's gonna fucking rage. He's gonna rage. He'll be fucking banging the shoe like fucking Khrushchev. Gunlock's gonna be out there fucking setting himself on fire. Fucking. And there's a high probability that while all that's going on, what are they going to do? They're going to run it the fuck up. They're going to run it up like straight, like a straight fucking line straight to the moon. They're going to squeeze every one of these last assholes out. Every single fucking one of them. They're going to squeeze them so bad and so hard, they're just like flaming fucking dumpsters of shit flying down the road. They did it in 2000. They're going to do it in 2007. They're going to do it again for this next debt cycle. They're going to burn every last one of those assholes. They do it every fucking time. I'll shave my fucking head off if they don't. I will. I'll go bald. I'll shave with a big fucking razor with no fucking shaving cream. Yeah, I got puts for Friday. I got weekly puts, and I got some shitty fucking calls that are fucking getting destroyed right now. So they're gonna run. So that whole thing about that housing thing. Pay attention to it. Pay attention to the housing crisis heading into, or the housing crisis that's likely to unfold, which will coincide with our markets, our equity markets. Now, do I think that's the catalyst? No, I don't think housing markets are our catalyst. I think our I'm still on that catalyst being, it has to be major. So, what could it be? I think the dumbed down thing to look at would be the world as a whole. So if it's not you buying a Ford truck, it's not your credit card. Your credit card debt is not going to create that crash. I apologize. I know that you think you're special out there, but that's not what creates those kind of crashes. You're not that special. I know you think you are. I know you think your Ford F-150 or F-350 is going to cause it. No, it's not unemployment. Nope, it's not employment. It's not America. It's likely has to be something around the world. And the only catalyst that I could see that's been told to me would be that GDP ratio. It's got to be. It's got to be like the election year. Drunken Miller is probably right on this. Drunken Miller. Drinking Miller. Drinking Miller is probably right on this. They're right on this probably. The spending in election year that's around the world, you get that GDP ratio to deficit or to debt, public debt by U.S. companies and other nations around the world would be, to me, the start of it. You would need like all these countries to just be. A lot of these countries aren't just partying right now. They kept partying. We're a little bit better off than other countries right now. We are, but a lot of countries are not better off. A lot of countries are just fucking spending. Drunken Master also mentioned about a year ago, talked about China, and their debt is out of fucking control right now. I know they fix it and all that stuff, but likely that GDP to debt ratio is going to come into play. You get enough countries at like a 99 or a 96 or a 100 out of 100. You could see downgrades across the world. You get those downgrades across the world, the U.S. dollar is based on it. I could understand that happening. Yeah, Japan too. There, since any of these Plaza Accord countries are all wrapped up in it. All the Plaza Accord countries are wrapped up in it. But not just those countries. It'll likely involve other countries. Anyways, historically, at least, we're due for the end of a long-term debt cycle sometime in Q4 2025. I don't know if it gets front-run in early 2025 or takes into 2026, but somewhere in there, there will be an attempt. You can't look at something like that and not think that it's going to happen. So those guys are probably right, but they're probably not timing it right. They're like selling newspapers right now rather than being accurate. They don't want to say to you, yeah, it's not going to happen until fucking Q4 2025. Because if they do, the market's going to moon, right? So, and they don't want to be late. So they might as well just put an article out. I got 1 million fucking followers. I'm going to tell you that stock market's going to crash 50%. So that's what they're doing. So yeah, throw a dart at the board. Be like, whoop. Throw a fucking dart. And my thesis on this, so anyways, my thesis on this is that the Fed wants the market higher for it. Fed wants to see the market trade 6,000, maybe even higher, to account for that role. I think the Fed sees it too. Yeah, lawn dart, exactly. Throw it up really high in the air. My thesis here is that the Fed understands this. The Fed is probably hyper aware of it. And the Fed's like, well, do we want to do this at 3,500? You want to have it now? No. So make policy to get the market up as high as possible. You have your nice long-term debt cycle correction. Your young kids get a shot at some money. And they drop the market, right? Market drops 50% from 6,000, puts it at 3,000-ish. Guess who gets to walk away and say they saved the market? Guess who gets to go away and say they saved the market still? Jerome Powell. Jerome Powell's like, well, I came in. I stopped the market going down at 3,500. It's been stagnant. We had a big market crash, but it went right back down to that last saving the market, right? Anyone that bought the market at 3,500, they had some good chances to take profit and buy the bottom again. Old people are saved. Young people get a back door. That whole fucking scam. It's a whole scam. It's a whole fucking scam, man. Up and to the right, baby. That's what it is. Up and to the right. That is up and to the right. They run it to 6,000 and then fucking you have your long-term debt cycle. It's still up and to the right. And these fucking guys, man. These old guys are disgusting. These guys are like, it's 4D chess. I'm telling you, it's not rocket science either. It's like 4D, it's like, that's not, they should call it 4D checkers. It's not even that complicated. Where do we need the market? Probably 6,000. Why? You're at the end of a cycle coming up. When is it? Throw a lawn dart over there. Q4 2025. It really is that fucked up. It really is that fucked up. The whole thing's a fucking fraud. Whole fucking thing. One giant ass fraud. Don't forget, we got volatility in the morning, then we got volatility in the afternoon tomorrow. Well, that's the only vol that I see this week. Friday, there's a claim that you can tell it's a slow news week when Michigan consumer sentiment matters this week. That's at 10 on Friday. Most of the time, Michigan consumer sentiment, if we have a heavy news week, does not matter. This week, it's labeled as making that it matters this week. So just be aware of that as well. That's Friday at 10. David AMS saying Europe has a holiday tomorrow, Cap. Didn't they have another one on Monday? Didn't Monday have another holiday for Europe? Low volume is usually up. You make your largest upside moves on low volume days. I know you hate hearing that. I know you guys like to see a lot of volume. I like to see a lot of volume for bottoms. I like to see squeezes on low volume days. Yeah, we got to talk about NVIDIA. We got to talk about NVIDIA, don't we? Is that the 25th, right? That's the biggest day for the bulls this month. We call it May Day. I know. FedEx got hit for 300 in September, but FedEx is close. FedEx is looking like it for September is pretty fucking fair, right? FedEx buying it here, not bad. I mean, I got dip buy on their weekly trigger, dip buy here, dip buy here. It's either going to go up here, here, here. It's closer to its bottom than it is its top. It's a little early, but you know, if you had 1,000 tickers and you got a sweet, sexy ass dip buy on this one down here, I'd wait. You have 1,000 tickers looking for a major low, I'd still wait. I'm long calls here for the close. I'm still long. I didn't cash them out. I'm still long here. They're still not paying me. They have torched 520 or 518 though. Those fuckers were trading 20 cents. Now they've eaten those up. They're trading 11 cents right now. Dealers with a big fuck you. I am. I just haven't done it. I've asked my wife now twice to put that money into an account. I don't know if she has. I'll ask her. I have to check with my wife. But yes, I just haven't done it. It's just a matter of putting the money in the account. Haven't done it. I don't spend any money. I don't take. I have a very not complicated. I have a very busy life. I own properties. I've got this shit going on. I got kids. So I go through other people for stuff. A bookkeeper, accountants, all that stuff. I ask people to do things for me. So it's slow moving. I'm like a bureaucracy. Everything in my life is slow. Everything moves slow. Slower than I want it to. Yeah, there's no point in selling them. They're 3 cents. What am I going to fucking do? I guess I could save the 3 cents, but there's no point. You want to look at ARM? I like the stonk. Look for a dip buy on it. One quick second here. I expect weakness into their close. But it resolves to the upside. Their daily is really nice. It's great right now. You can catch any weakness on their close, do it. That was a nice low down here, by the way, on ARM. That's a gorgeous low. I wish I had seen that. That's a beautiful fucking low down there. $86. Buy that all day long. What's their expected move? It's a nice move. 12%, 11.9%. 93 is the low. 93 and 120. Oh yeah. Give me that $93. We'll watch this ARM one. I would buy ARM. Please give me a low. Would be the only thing I could say on this one. They've got 116 priced in, but they'll likely blow through that. They've got 119.30. My bad. They get this well priced. They've got this priced in right here, so it's pretty well priced in. So the only thing you could ask for an ARM would be the only thing that you could ask for. The only thing that I would ask for an ARM is if they hopefully they have a bad ER, so that you can buy it. But both the downside and upside expectations are priced in. If I had to give one side not priced in, it would be the call side. For a move higher to $130. So if they have a great ER, look for any pullback on calls to buy for a trade to 130. So after the fact, if they have a good ER and they only trade 116, buy any pullback. If they have a bad ER, or even just weakness after the bell, buy shares. It's worth the trade in my view. Their daily velocity looks great. If you wanted me to give a weight to what I expect from ARM's report, it's weighted to beat, not beat. Did I say not? I expect it to beat. But, we get funny business, and then you get a nice little deal, and they rip it afterwards. Let me just check their... they have a pretty good history of ripping off on their earnings. Either the day of or a week after. So call spreads might help too. This actually looks exactly like call spreads. Both their last earnings, the last one went straight up. The one before that, it cratered but then fucking mooned. So call spreads would be the trade with time on them. Even if it goes down below, it's still going to print, or at least historically. So I like ARM into their earnings. I don't care about what they trade. It's going up. It's going up, even if it has bad earnings. So just like Disney. Where's Disney? And all the financial stonks. Disney down. This is just like Tesla. Oh, dude, they dropped me. Dude, what are they doing? These guys are assholes. I'm not paying attention. I'm over here fucking working on ARM there. They just took a penny from me again. We just burned, smoking these calls. Smoking. Disney is the same kind of a ticker, right? Sold down. The trade was up into their earnings. Really nice trade, right? All the way up, all the way up. Did you really expect, what did you expect, Disney to go like this? That's not going to happen. They took the money and ran. On Disney. Took the money and ran. Now looking for a better price to go up. So ARM, regardless, I realize that ARM's on the bottom here, but they had a giant squeeze. You see it? So you're just buying this dip all the way up. Buy that dip right there. Hopefully you catch another one on ARM. My preference on ARM, these fuckers, dude. Now they took me for a penny on that drop. They ain't paying my puts yet, though. So ARM, the hope would be a drop So call spreads with time on them would be the best trade, I think. Put a couple months on them, but hope for a dip. I'll watch this one closely. I'd like to buy the dip. I don't think I'm going to get a chance, though. I'd like to own ARM. I'm trying to buy tickers right now. I'm trying to buy the market. Yeah, I want Disney for adding a bunch of shit in the background. I wish I could have bought Disney 104. I thought about it, didn't do it. I'd like to get $100 if possible. Erase the whole move over here, erase that entire move, and just buy this dip down here. If we get it, I'll buy it. Morgan Stanley still squeezing higher. Early dip buyers on FedEx. We'll watch ARM, see what happens. Revenge selling right now inside of SPOOs. Failure to get a new high a second time. So you got a failure to get a new high right here. See this right here? You can't see this. Stair stepping you down. So, ready? Failure to get a new high up here. Send you down to the depths of hell, right? Telling you something, aren't they? There's a story being written here. Right over here. Why do you want this one right here? You actually want it a little bit higher, like right there. All right, you want to catch that new high. No new high. Right? Send you down to the depths of hell again. All right. Check your 1 hour trigger. Trying to break through your 1 hour trigger, right? So they're telling you that we're going down. Failure by bulls to get up into that call wall. It's a succession of failures by bulls. That's not conducive to bullish thesis, is it? It's conducive to new lows coming. Expectations for tomorrow, 505, 504. I'm going to show it to you here on the downside on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. We're going to go over to SPX. I was hoping that bulls could catch. I was hoping here that bulls. So if you've got a trade, you got a trade that's rolling for bulls to the downside. But you'd really like to see us like tag that shit, fail that shit, and then get the roll down. But that's not happening. Sellers are like, fuck you. They said, fuck you right here. They said, fuck you right here. And they said, fuck you right here. So if they're not going to give you even a chance to break above to this stuff, work on that 5,200 to get up to that 53 and above, that means what? It means that I have a high doubts. Hold on here. Those failures to break and slam, catch a low to go higher are kind of waning right now. This stuff right here is showing me that you've got nobody buying, and they're likely going to take you straight down to that that first gap. You'll likely see this gap closing. This gap right here. Likely going to see this gap get closed before the weekend is here. Okay, so you're likely going to see that gap closure sooner than later. Sometime tomorrow at some point, before Thursday, whatever. So that's the same trade. It's right over there. Bulls fighting it. Bulls not able to get new highs. All leads towards a downside move coming. Likely price target to the downside 512 or 512847 sometime tomorrow. High probability, like 75% chance of that. This gap closure over here, I doubt you get that until next week. This farther one is the CPI print. So I think they'll let you loose. So I think you'll get a nice little, nice little pullback up here. Monday, they'll come in and attempt that trade one more time next week. Use these lows as your dip buy there and there whenever they do come. If you're a bull, those are the places for you to be looking at. Those are the places for you to be looking at for major buys in the marketplace. Major buys in the marketplace, 512 or 5126 and 5070. 5070. Use both of those for your Tesla buys as well. I bought back in at 170, so I'm feeling pretty good. I'm fairly happy right now. Yeah, it's too many. You can't have too many failures like this. You can't have 2-3 failures. I'm telling you right now, you can't have those 2-3 failures. You can't keep failing to get new highs and say, "Oh, we're in trend day." It's not happening. They're gonna sell you down, and they're not gonna. Well, you're gonna get squeezed. This is all squeezing, but failures to get new highs, failure to get that high, failure to get this high, failure to get this PT1, all leads to. If you're a bull, just sit back. I think I said that in last night's brief. I thought I said in last night's brief, just sit down. I said patient bulls will be rewarded. Just be patient. It might take a week, it might take 2 weeks, and you should get a nice fat low to buy. Or you just pick your poison. This resolves in my thesis to the upside, but it's going to take some time. So you're going to look back in 2-3 weeks and be like, "Oh yeah, we're going up like crazy right now, Cap. I should have just bought the dip." Right there. Boy, they fucking hate that half-hour trigger, huh? Hate that hourly trigger. They just keep slamming it. Wham, wham, wham. I keep getting angry on that hourly trigger. I think by June we do. I posted last night. Did you not read the brief last night, Tazo? I actually fucking drew it out. I actually showed you a prior example. Did you get that chart last night? You guys want to see it? Here, I'll show it to you guys. I'll show it again. Hold on. I think I'll show it. This is similar to what I'm expecting. So, markup. Okay. So you've got the break above the daily trigger, right? And then this bullshit happens, right? Grind, 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 grind. You're like, yeah, awesome. We got the new high, right? And in reality, boom, you get that low. You see it? Right now, we're like somewhere in here, right? We're trying to get up. They give you a new low down here. That's your 512 or whatever. Then you get a relief rally in here. Then boom, they get you down to that 505. That's your real dip buy. It resolves to the upside in a big way, right? Big way to the upside, right? The lows down here where that's a 300-point rip, right? That's your 530, 540, 550 up there. So you're just looking for, and this is all, I want you to know something. This is all garbage trading in here. This is all diarrhea. You know, you're buying the hourly trigger for like 10 points. Buy the hourly trigger for 10 points. Then that you get trapped. They roll you down for a big L. So if you're a patient bull, what happens, so you can like buy the hourly trigger, like 10, 20, 30 points, then you're out. Buy the hourly trigger, then you're out. And then what you do is you're waiting for a moment where the market bloods really fast. You get down to the daily trigger and you load the fuck up. And then you get your 300 points. But they're gonna grind you. This bullshit that happened yesterday and today. Yesterday was probably the start of it, and it's likely going to continue for a period of time. And it's gonna kind of suck. It's like really shitty trading. It's not quite sell in May, but it's definitely dog shit trading. It's like some of the worst trading you can be doing. Who makes a lot of money in these scenarios? Do you know? Theta Gang. Theta Gang puts on a nice wide fly, and they just manage both sides as the market consolidates. It's kind of gross. I'm still they're worthless now, so they just stay on to the end of the day. They're 2 cents, so they're 3 cents. They were 5 cents and a high. It's not enough for me to care. I already got torched, so what's the other fucking $300? Fucking let them go down to zero. Do you guys want me to post that somewhere for you? Do you guys have that in the Discord? If somebody wants to post that chart in the Discord, it's really hard trading. It's not worth the. We can trade it. We'll trade the hourly trigger. We'll just keep trading it. We'll do like 30 point rips every day. Not even 30 point, 10 point rips, and we'll get out. Yeah, I'll post it in the Discord for you. It's kind of shitty trading. It's no fun. It's like put on a call spread and close the book and come back on a low. Any volatility you expect, put on a call spread, close the fucking notebook, and don't look at it. Although it does resolve to the upside. So you got that going for you. Are we going to trade 530? Yes, is the answer. Yes, they're wrong. We are trading that. And we're probably trading 550 too, sooner than you think. But real buyers want cheaper prices to do it. So they'll get it. Let them get their cheaper prices. We'll jump on with them. Oh, more time than that. June, late June. More time, like June, late June. Give yourself some room to breathe. You'll see me putting the trade on. Remember the day when Winky and I were buying the bottom? You'll see me here in this stream buying with, a lot of money. So we're not there yet. You'll see us in stream. You guys will be saying we're going to crash. And I'll be saying, fuck no, I'm buying all this shit right now. Every time I do it in the stream, you guys aren't buyers, so. You guys are like, Cap doesn't do that. I'm like, fucking do it every time. In stream. A couple $100,000 probably at this point. 100, 200,000, something like that. Significant money. Significant amount of money. I'm up really good this year. I'm doing really well. So that last buy, I made a ton of money. So I'm actually gonna end up moving out of a tax bracket this year, I think. That was part of my meetings yesterday. I move out of a tax bracket this year. So I don't know what to do. I didn't get a call though. I was expecting a call at 3 today. When you move into a new tax bracket, yeah, that's my fear. That's my fear on the my fear is that next April I'm gonna get fucked, and I don't want to get fucked. Have no interest. I've already been there before. I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday, a close friend of mine yesterday, and he told me that he went into a tax repayment plan. He said it was the worst fucking thing he ever went through. Said it was a fucking nightmare. Said it was like, he said it was not fun, and I don't want to go through that next year. Just be patient. So I put out a market brief last night that told traders, like especially buyers, just be patient. You're going to see a lot of this, like squeeze, roll, squeeze, roll, squeeze, roll. You're just looking for a moment where the market is weak. You're looking for a window for a weak market so that you can jump on board, get a nice fat print. It's going to be awesome. You'll be a happy guy. My question is about I have questions about like because I have questions about like high yield bonds, stuff like that, help pay for this increase, and I don't know if it's in high yield bump, if it's, and then so I just had a sale of a house. I have all kinds of problems. Like I got a sale of a fucking house, right? That money has a window for capital gains bullshit to reinvest. Like that money needs to go somewhere. I have complicated tax matters that I don't know what I'm doing, so I need to engage. Like bookkeeper's not enough. I have complicated taxes, and it's like one of those things that you don't try to, or at least for me, it's not something that it's not something that like tell this story sometimes. I went to court once when I was a teenager. Oh, I gotta take a call. Hold on 1 second. I gotta take this call. I'm gonna leave this up for you. Give me 1 second.
And some metals commentary here from prices could reach 3-month point price target of $120 a ton. And a bit further here from Citi says it continues to anchor its iron ore Q2 and Q3 trading around $110 a ton.
Ah.
And just seeing some comments here from New York Fed's Pearly does note balance sheet wind down process has been smooth and slowing the pace of balance sheet wind down reduces the risk of market stress. Fed has tools to deal with unexpected money market stress and all signs point to still abundant market liquidity levels. Lots of uncertainty around final destination for the Fed balance sheet. The reverse repo facility is very responsive to market rates, and Pearly does lay out metrics and factors to measure market liquidity and adds that recent signs of money market volatility not a concern.
Andy Constant's pissed right now.
Pearly.
If I was Andy Constant listening to these Fed speakers today, I'd be like, fuck them. Andy, has Andy commented yet? Has Andy commented yet on these Fed speakers? There's no way he's happy listening to this. Anybody out there? Is Andy Constant out there listening to these Fed speakers today? It's got to be like nails on a chalkboard for him. It's got to be. Oh, no, he got bumped? That sucks. The fucking Fed speakers are fucking. These fucking Fed speakers are fucking. No, the Fed speak right now is gnarly. The Fed speak today is like they're like out there swinging the bat. They're like, okay, here comes the 10-year. We're gonna tell them it's not so bad. We got the 30-year coming up. Get the boys lined up. Get the girls lined up. It's like brutal. Brutal. Calls and puts coming into market and their gamma implications are two different things. Gamma is not calls. It's call gamma. Calls that matter. That fucking Fed speak, man. That Fed speak goes both ways though. How many times have we been on a high and the Fed speaker comes out and they're like, they talk the market down and shit. That shit's brutal. Fed speakers will come right out and be like, fuck you, we're going to raise rates next month. Fucking market just fucking craters, woof, down to the depths of hell. So if that Fed speak does cut both ways, Man, though, they are out there trying real hard right now. They are trying right. I'm reading through some of this Fed speak, and New York Fed's Pearly says balance sheet wind down process has been smooth. Slowing pace of the wind down reduces risk of market stress. I bet Andy Constance's out there with a fucking flamethrower right now. They're pulling out like the New York Fed custodian.
Of note here for Disney to DIS, the City Council has given the final approval for Disneyland Forward, and the vote for Disneyland Forward is an investment in Anaheim, and they'll be investing at least $1.9 billion in the resort in the first 10 years. Will bring over 4,500 operational jobs to Disneyland Resort.
Hold on here. Oh man. Oh man. Go to court. Yeah, story about go to court. So, most of the time you only need a bookkeeper. A bookkeeper's always good, right? They do the books for you every month, make sure everything's right. But then, like, an attorney is like, first time I went to court, went to court. I told the story before. I've told the story a few times. I went to court without an attorney, and I was like the last guy for court. I was the last person for court, and I went to court, and guilty, 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 pay your fine, guilty, pay your fine, guilty, pay your fine, guilty, pay your fine. Nobody showed up to court with an attorney. Neither did I. And this one kid did. And this one kid, what he did was he ran a stop sign. He ran a stop sign, and how I remember it was something like this. So he like came to a stop sign. This is the road. He pulled out like right here, and a cop was coming by. Maybe it was on the other side of the road, but whatever. Basically, the cop was coming by as this guy blew the stop sign, turned that way, right? It was a kid, and he just blew it. Cop looked in his rearview mirror, saw the kid. Kids looked in his rearview mirror, saw the cop. Kid took off, round bunch of corners. Cop flipped the bitch, right? Cop flipped the Yui. Chased the kid. Round, 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 round they go, right? Catches up to the kid, pulls him over, goes, oh, you're fucked. I got you running the stop sign, then running for me. Bunch of tickets. Boom, 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 boom. This kid was young. He couldn't have been older than 18 years old, somewhere in that vicinity. Kid brought an attorney to court. Attorney goes, there was an outlet here, like a street. There was a street over here, street over here. He asked the police officer, he's like, I read your report that you gave. He's like, how many other, I think it was a brown Toyota or something. He's like, how many other brown Toyotas are registered in this state? And of course, the police officer doesn't know. And then he's like, there's a hill over there. He's like, there's a hill where you said you turned around. I got pictures of it. So that's where the police car goes over the hill and down, turns around to come back around. And he starts poking holes in this guy's story. And the attorney does. This is a good, smart attorney. Smooth, right? And so I'm sitting there and I'm watching it all unfold. I'm not the last person. There's a few other people in there. But the judge goes, at the end of it, the judge goes like this. Judge goes, look. Judge goes, I'm going to dismiss this case. He goes, number one, I'm going to tell you. He talks to the young man. He goes, number one, I know you were guilty, but this is a court of law. You're lucky that you brought an attorney with you today. So you're getting off. He goes, but I know you're guilty. He goes, but there's a reasonable doubt, or a reasonable doubt that you might not have been that brown Toyota in the eyes of the law. They gave me 1 penny. I've got 1 fucking penny in these calls. Fuck these guys. I got 1 penny. These fucking dealers can fuck themselves. Sorry. They can lick my fucking nutsack. So I got the wrong strike. 100% I bought the wrong fucking strike. I'm pissed right now. I'm raging pissed about this. It's not a ton of money, but it's enough that I'm pissed. So I'm in this courtroom, and the judge admonishes the kid and says, I know you're guilty, and one of these days you're going to get busted, and you're not going to get by. He goes, but number 2, judge said this. He goes, number 2, of all the people that came to this court today, you were the only person that brought an attorney. And that's another reason why you got off today. Of course, I didn't get off. I paid my fucking fine. But I learned something that day. And the 2 things that I learned were always have a fucking attorney. And the second thing that I learned that day was, so that means don't think that you can be your own attorney because you're smart. You're not as smart as an attorney. That's what they do. That's their goddamn job. Number 2 thing that I learned that day was that you also are insulting their profession. So listen closely to that. Attorneys become judges. Judges become, big people out there, right? They go to the state courts and the federal courts. They have a whole system, right? A hierarchy to what they do. Practicing law, going to school. Sometimes you get police officers that become attorneys, right? They become DAs. They become attorneys themselves. They go into private practice. They might become a judge someday. So when you try to circumvent the fucking law because you think you're smarter, you're also insulting what they do. So you shouldn't do that stuff. And that goes back to taxes. You might think you're fucking awesome, right? Doing your own taxes. And in some cases you are. If you work a job with a W-2 and that's all you do, that's easy, right? Fairly easy. But if your taxes become complicated and you think you're going to fucking do your own taxes to save $100 or $200, I assure you that a bookkeeper and a CPA once a year saves your ass and is worth every fucking dollar getting that fucking CPA. Now, you might disagree with me out there, but from my experience, if you have complicated taxes, you got kids, you got houses, you got jobs, you got a fucking business here, a business over there, all other bullshit going on. You want to hire somebody. You don't want to ever get, because I was talking to a friend last night, and he was like, I got put on a tax repayment program. And he's like, it sucked. He's like, so my friend went to one of the best fucking finance schools in the U.S. And he went to school to be an accountant. And he's not a CPA. That's not what he practices. He works on Wall Street. And he's like, it was the worst experience of my life trying to do my own taxes. I got complicated cat taxes one year, and it fucking sucked. And I was like, oh, man, God, I'm going to go through this year. And look at him squeezing these goddamn bears out for tomorrow's report. Trading 5, 6, 17, 60. We got that little tag right there. That's that prior high that the bulls need. Any guys buying puts into this close or no? So anyways, my point behind that story is get an attorney if you have a family, even if it's on retainer. Give them some money. Say, here's $5,000 if I ever need you.
Market imbalance. Pause about $150 million on the buy side. Market balance about $150 million to buy.
And don't think you're a fucking rocket scientist if that's not what you do. If that's not what you do, pay fucking professionals to do. You pay a doctor to do what you need to do. You pay a CPA to do what you need to do. Pay the people out there that are good at what they do. It's their profession. It's their job. That's what you do. Yeah, how do you save taxes? How do you save your money? And then that leads into a financial advisor, right? You want to have a financial advisor making sure that they're protecting your money, that you have money to pay your taxes. You got ARM as a cell, right? You got ARM as a sell. We'll watch this as we get into the close. We got 8 minutes left to the close. Is ARM's report right at 4 p.m. or is that like 5:30? Anybody know? I've still got calls on here. I haven't sold them. They're worthless anyways. They sent them to 5 cents at one point. The whole rip. They didn't pay them, and then they didn't pay that. They didn't pay that. They sent them 3 cents, then 2 cents. I think they're at 1 right now. So they just stay on until 4:15. I got to make sure I close them though at 4:14, depending on what happens on this close. Yeah, being audited sucks. And no one wants. I mean, who wants to fuck with the fucking with the IRS, dude? Fuck that shit. Fuck that, and fuck being put in a payment. So I went through a whole bunch of debt that I had to get rid of. I went through 5 years of paying down all my debt, and I'm still have a little bit left. And it sucked. It fucking sucked. It was no fucking fun. It was great when I was done, but it wasn't fun. It's not like buying a truck and paying it off over 5 or 10 years. You at least get to enjoy it. None of that. It's not like that. It's like one of the worst experiences in the world. It sucked balls. It really blew balls. You don't get to live well. You have to tighten everything up. You're like fucking, you're not rubbing Peter to pay Paul at all, but you're like, oh, we're going to shave some money here, shave some money there, shave some money here, shave some money there, all that kind of shit. That shit sucks. I've been through that. And it fucking blew. It really sucked bad. Never want to go through that ever again the rest of my life. So never, ever, 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 ever do I want to go through that kind of debt, paying that kind of debt off ever again. It sucks balls. It's horrible. It's absolutely fucking horrific. It's like the worst thing in the world. It blows. No shit. You got laid off 3 months being debt free. I did the debt free thing. I did that. I changed my whole life. I intentionally fucking changed my whole life. I was like, fuck this. I'm fucking done. And I knew that we were on the cusp of like some really bad shit happening. We're gonna get washed out. So I'll never do that ever again the rest of my life.
There's some commentary from Goldman Sachs. They do state that OPEC is likely to extend cuts in June on higher inventories. Commentary there from Goldman Sachs.
Yeah. DTM saying the same thing. That shit's easy, right? It's soul sucking. It sucks the soul right out of you. Not only does it suck the soul right out of you, I was talking to my wife about it recently. We were doing a barbecue.
Just around the closing bell. We're going to look out for earnings from ARM Holdings, ticker ARM. EPS expected at 30 cents on revenues of $880 million. And expect to report earnings about 4 or 5 minutes' time.
I was having a barbecue with my wife and family.
Just noting 5 minutes after closing bell, looking out for numbers from Airbnb, ticker ABNB.
We got Airbnb.
4 cents on revenues of $2.06 billion.
We got ARM. We got who else? I didn't hear all that. We have Airbnb next. We got to put Airbnb up.
And Goldman Sachs, they just add that their model now estimates only a 37% chance of a production increase decision in June.
Airbnb. ARM. Airbnb. I'll give a quick take on that. I don't mind being wrong. Yeah. Don't like Airbnb. Negative on Airbnb, positive on ARM. One way or another, positive on ARM, negative on Airbnb. Yeah, I agree with that. 45 forever. I'll never fucking do that shit again, ever. As long, I probably will spend the rest of my life looking like a goddamn pauper. I had a fight with my wife about that too recently. Not too recently, but a couple months ago, I was talking to my wife, and I got into a fight with her. I was a real prick. I was a real dickhead to her. I shouldn't have been. I had said something nasty like, "You live like you're poor still," and stuff like that. Oh, Spoo's leaking to the bell right now.
So for Pfizer to compare fee says it does.
I was being a dick to her. I shouldn't be.
Multi-year cost realignment efforts to continue through 2024 as a total about $2.8 billion.
Forecast like for tomorrow before 4:15. Nothing's really changed. My one concern from last night's brief, nothing's really changed. My one concern is that we're not making those highs on our way down. We're still going down. Nothing's changed. But they're not giving the highs that I expected. I was expecting at least some pops, better pops today. Nothing's changed though. Still rolling down. Nothing's changed on that front. Still that roll trade down. I just showed it to you, I think 3 times today, that roll down. The one problem that we have right now is that the bulls are not getting any fucking highs on that low. So yeah, I still have that roll coming. So just keep buying the dips on the hourly trigger. Roll down to close 50. What was it? 505? No, 512. 510 is the first one. I think 512. 512 is the first one. So eventually trade 512. Keep buying the hourly trigger every time as we staircase down. Does that make sense? Let me see if I can do it for you right now. I'm a little stinky here. Let me just get rid of this for right now. So whether you like this or not, we are going to close. It's a hard thing to trade. It's like, we're going to close this 512. I promise you. We should be like buy the hourly, 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 buy the hourly. But the roll is still coming. So I was hoping for higher highs. But they know that that people know that we're doing this, so they're just stepping in now and saying "fuck you." Do I think we can squeeze up tomorrow up here? Yes, but we're still doing that all the way down. We're still consolidating all the way down.
Microsoft MSFT. Do you know Microsoft Xbox is planning more cuts after studio closing?
So here I could draw it better for you. Draw this one down. And every time we blast down here, buy it. Every time we blast down here, buy it, buy it, buy it, buy it, buy it.
Seeing earnings here from ARM Holdings. ARM adjusted EPS comes in at 36 cents, beating the estimate of 30. Revenue $928 million, beating the estimate 876 million.
2 beats. Week on the bell. Chance to buy ARM.
Street was looking for 31 cents and beats on the Q1 adjusted EPS guidance. Says it's seeing strong tailwinds heading into FY25. And just the Q1 revenue view seemed between $875 and $925 million, above estimates of $857.5 million. Just having a look at some of the other metrics here for full year FY25 revenue, 3.8 to 4.1 billion, shooting for about 4 billion.
Oh, wish I could buy some fucking...
AI is driving increased demand for ARM-based technology across all end markets.
Wish I could buy some fucking ARM, man. A little bit lower. Give me $90.
Let's see where ARM Holdings down by about 5% in after hours trade. Does look like the FY25 revenue a little bit short of the expectations.
Still kicked ass on their EPS and their revs. Still kicked ass. They have a good report, and they're bleeding.
ABNB reporting numbers. revenue 2.14 billion. Does beat the expected 2.06 billion.
Beat on Airbnb.
And average daily rates up 3%, $173. There's an outlook on the revenue for Q2, 2.68 to 2.74 billion. Do you know that midpoint is short of the estimate of 2.74?
Miss on expectations, it looks like.
$24 million for Q1. That is above the estimate of $326.5 million. A free cash flow of about $1.9 billion.
God damn, they got so much money.
Airbnb up 3%.
Nope, now heading down.
We do have a gross booking value of 22.9 billion. Above the estimate, 22.4 billion.
Now trading 150 downside. Woo! 148, 150. I think ARM's the best of both of these right now.
And you know, Airbnb reversing now, down by about 5% after hours.
Airbnb briefly going higher, then gets shanked to the downside. ARM, weakness by the dip, squeezing now.
You know, ARM holdings very choppy after hours, now positive territory, up by about 2%.
Fucking steel down here, $96. Fucking steel on ARM. Airbnb getting blooded. 141.16. This is a nice dip buy down here too. This is a good dip buy as well on Airbnb. Both ARM and Airbnb with good dip buys. They never fucking give me the money down here. They never give me a fucking fill. So ARM Holdings, ARM Q4 2024 in US dollars, adjusted EPS 0.36, expected 0.30. So a beat on adjusted EPS. Revs 928 million, expected 875.6 million. So beats across the board on ARM Holdings. If you get a chance to buy a dip on them, fuck yeah. Airbnb Q1 EPS 0.41, expected 0.24, kicked ass. Actually, they had beats across the board. Or I guess they had beats too. So their revs were 2.14 billion. Expected was 2.06 billion. So both companies beating, both companies bleeding right now after the bell on ARM and Airbnb. Both. Also note that SPY bleeding off into the bell as well right now. All these put buyers for tomorrow's data, looking for lower lows tomorrow. They keep trying to smash through that hourly trigger, and they have to keep hammering it and hammering it and hammering it right now. Dude, ARM, dude, killing it. Airbnb, killing it. So I guess people are still spending money out at Airbnbs, huh? Just when you think that Airbnb sucks and that the consumers hurt, consumers having pain, and that's not really the case, is it? I didn't see Hood. I should have looked at Hood. Is Hood? What's going on with Hood and BYD? BYND. You guys want to tell me what's happened with BYND and Hood? Yeah, Airbnb is close. If you can get ARM down to $90, I'll buy it today. You give me ARM at $90 and I will buy it. Airbnb, you give me $140 and I'll buy that. How about that? Give me $140 and I'll put an order in. $140 on Airbnb. Do that. Just make sure I got that right. Yeah, maybe lower. 112. Airbnb is going to get shanked. Don't buy Airbnb. You're going to shank that shit down to like one. I bet you they take that shit down to $120. Sell the news on Airbnb. ARM, kick ass. Airbnb. Well, I'm looking at it. It didn't look too healthy. It's 30 minutes. It's 30-minute Velocity looked like dog shit. Looks like it wanted a severe low. So I don't think it matters what the report was.
Names after hours. Denotes Britain does reportedly refuse to sign a global vaccine treaty that would force it to give away up to a fifth of.
Dude, I wish we could trade options after hours. Like buying a call spread on ARM right now for fucking like a month or two would be easy. Like right down here, nice fucking call spread. They would definitely price that shit in, wouldn't they? There ain't no way you'd get them that cheap. It would fuck with the entire... Like the Chinese stock market's like this. You have like 2 sessions. And it's ridiculous. Should I buy some calls into the close here and fuck these bears up? I'm already in puts. Dude. 18-cent fucking one dates for tomorrow? Are you kidding me? Dude, these fucking dealers suck balls, dude. I'm about to buy some right now. Hey, come down. Hey. Yeah, I'll get some calls for tomorrow for 520. I already got puts on, so I don't need to buy any more puts. If they blood us, fuck them. I got some puts on for 520C for tomorrow in the morning. These fuckers, man. Nope. I want ARM at $90. Flat 90 I want. They already tagged the downside expected move at 93, I think. Close. Nope, not quite. Not quite. If you can give me ARM at $90, I'm a buyer. Airbnb, don't fuck with it. That's got more. That shit's coming down some more. I think, personally. Yeah, it's not low enough for me. I want to steal. It's not so bad there. That's pretty good, dude. Oh, what happened there? It's not that bad of a dip buy. I mean, it looks like it's 1, 2, 3 right there, about to rip. If I could buy ARM specific calls like right now, I would. We'll let it cool down. We'll watch it through the night. I'm going to watch it tonight, see if we can get a lower low. Airbnb is going to get shanked. They're going to take that whole fucking trade away from them. Airbnb now trading 144.36. Fucking blood in the marketplace. All right. I got puts. I own puts for fucking Friday. No more puts. I'm done. I have my weekly puts on. I'm done. I have puts on. I've had them on since Monday close. Literally 4:14 or something. I'm over there buying fucking Friday puts. No, I'm done. Done. I'd like to own ARM. I'd like to just own it and sell calls or puts against it. I'd like to just sell some fucking like anything under $100. Maybe not 100, like 90 or something like that. Sell like 70s and 80s. All right, I gotta go. Hang tight 1 second. I'll be right back with you.